morning, good day, good afternoon. Welcome to the first round.
I'm Ali Shahani and I'm
Oman
This is Ahmad Daham from Jordan.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bagsy from the United Kingdom.
Hi
guys, I'm Nicholas Solomon from the USA. We're here in Oman at OIDC 2022.
We have a host of local drivers, of which I'm most likely.
We have a lot of international drivers this year. Competition level is crazy.
Sebastian Fontaine, Martin Richards, Bagsy.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia. Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's fair kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat Oman is something special. To be honest, Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
One, two, three, check, sound.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة، وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 مايو 2022. وعلى استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي.
Good morning, good day, good afternoon, and good evening in some cases here. Welcome to Oman. Welcome to Turkey. Welcome to Oman International Drifting.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اليوم
My name is Pete
الجمعة، اليوم ختام الجولة الأولى من بطولة عمان الدولية للجرافة. أمس الخميس كنا شاهدنا طبعا التصفيات التي انتهت 32 متسابق إلى اليوم الختامي الذي راح تشهد هذه الحلبة تحدي كبير في الدريفت بأفضل 32 متسابق تأهلوا لهذه النهاية. ولأن الحدث استعدت جيدا لهذا الحدث لاستقبال الجماهير العاشقة لرياضة المحركات وخاصة مدرجات خاصة للعائلات للاستمتاع بهذا الحدث. مثل ما شاهدنا أن تصميم الحلبة هالمرة يختلف عن الثلاث نسخ الماضية. تصميم جميل جدا يعطي الحرية للمناورة أكثر للمتسابق. صحيح أن عدد الكليبات أقل ولكن اللونج دريفت أكبر بكثير وبالتالي يشكل تحدي أكبر للمتسابقين في هذه الجولة. لذلك فإن فريق عمان الطبي لرياضة المحركات يحرص تماما على تلقي جميع المتسابقين للجرعات اللازمة بالإضافة إلى فحص البلمرة، وكذلك الحال ينطبق على الجماهير الحاضرة في الحلبة. ولأن حجم العمل كبير فإن فريق العمل بالجمعية العمانية للسيارات قد استعد منذ أيام طويلة وقد ربط الليل بالنهار مشكلا خلية نحل لإظهار هذا الحدث بالشكل الذي يليق به. صراحة عدد المشاركين ونوعية المشاركين من 17 دولة يعطي انطباع بأن البطولة راح تكون في أوج عطائها، وفي حال حدوث أي حادث لا قدر الله فإن فريق الدعم الفني وفريق عمان ماجس جاهزون تماما للتعامل مع الحادث في أقرب وأسرع وقت ممكن. إلى كل عشاق ومحبي رياضة المحركات أتمنى أن تستمتعوا بالبطولة مع أصدقائكم وعائلاتكم، وأتمنى أن تحافظوا على التباعد الجسدي ولا تنسوا ارتداء الكمامات طوال تواجدكم في حلبة مسقط أرينا بالجمعية العمانية للسيارات. إذن بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. رجعنا لكم طبعا أعزائنا الحضور هنا المتواجدين على حلبة مسقط.
Good morning, good day, good afternoon. Welcome here to the Oman International Drifting
أو توب 32 طبعا أولى المواجهات اللي راح تنطلق اليوم إن شاء الله. أول اللقاءات ستجمع بين المتسابق البريطاني مارتن ريتشاردز اللي راح يكون في طبعا المقدمة أو في الليد مع المتسابق الكويتي حمد الهاجري في طبعا السيارة رقم 40. مارتن ريتشاردز البريطاني في السيارة رقم 35 وحمد الهاجري في السيارة رقم 40 راح يكون في موقع التيس، وبالتالي هي دقائق قبل الانطلاق طبعا الأولى لقاءات هذا الدور.
With a bit of a gap here, Martin Richards there is little to no follow Martin, but Martin is absolutely exceeding I'll take you through a little bit around the criteria as well. Martin absolutely laying down a powerful run. 32 bracket here in Muscat.
إذا تابعنا ونتابع الآن أيضا بالإعادة. طبعا ستكون الآن تغيير المواقع. شاهدنا طبعا أنه طبعا المتسابق البريطاني مارتن كان طبعا أخذ
Ahmad Al-Hajjari will now take the lead position. Let's take a look at this in Martin Richards absolutely powerful run. Now from a judging criteria's perspective, what they want to see from the lead driver
يكون طبعا حمد الهاجري في الليد بوزيشن او في موقع المقدمه، والبريطاني مارتن ريتشاردز سيكون في موقع الجيز، وبالتالي حظ اوفر للمتسابقين حمد الهاجري ومارتن ريتشاردز.
One, which is the first right-hand bend from start to finish. That is zone number 1. Now within that particular scoring zone, there are 3 specific areas that the judges are looking for. Let's revert to that in a moment as Ahmad Al-Hajjari leads Martin into the full speed in. Martin Richards take chase. Hajjari taking an inside line, which is not what the judges want to see. Very unchaseable. Martin Richards suitably holds back a little bit, now starts to pile on the pressure. The judges want to see the lead driver at the outside of the track unless they are at that particular place right there where it's an inside clipping point. Martin Richards now piles on the pressure, takes it across the finish line and has a strong advantage after that first run. I will be highly surprised if Martin does not go through to the top 16 after a display like that. So let's go back again. Let's take a look at this from a judge's perspective. Outside scoring zone 1 is missed completely by Hajjari. Only creeps in towards it there, but then comes away from it again. Now, here is a critical part number 1, which is the transition. As they transition here, the judges want them to transition early, get to the outer clipping point, which is clipping point number 2. Then out by this wall, they want them to come out for another outside clipping point, which is clipping point 3, into the inside of the track, and then the transition out to where we see here as well. I will make sure to repeat this as we go on and on and on. We have lots of battles in store today. Again, my name is Pete Nielsen, and I am proud to be here in Muscat to take you through this first championship round. Does it confirm the winner on the screen?
Yeah, they put it. They announced it 35.
No, nothing came up.
35.
So confirmed the winner of the first battle is Martin Richards, as we suspected. Now, battle number 2, Steve Bagsy Bergioni against Riyad Mabsali. PS13 with a V8 against a Mark IV Supra. These two have been doing incredibly well, not only throughout practice but also qualification. This is going to be really exciting, this particular battle. Bagsy leads Mabsali as we start this particular first run. Bagsy takes the lead. Mabsali high speed as we lead into the first corner. Very inside line from chase position. Bagsy on that outside line as Mabsali over-rotates and has to back out of the drift. Now Bagsy still stays on that qualifying line. Mabsali continues the chase. Very much on the inside of the track. Bagsy is now absolutely rubbing the wall on the outside. Moving to that inside clipping point and then transitions back out again to clipping point number 4. 5 is the outer zone coming over towards the finish line, and a very, very, very strong run from Bagsy. Mabsali over-rotates. It's down to the judges whether they score that as a 0 or not. Typically speaking, if you have a vehicle that over-rotates, and watch Mabsali here, comes in close, backs out of the drift and over-rotates, that could be a 0 from the judges in that first run. Again, from a scoring criteria, the judges score the 2 runs independently. And of course, it's up to the overall score that then wins the overall battle and moves on to the next bracket.
Everybody says that English and my sound back sound is awful.
Oh, really? So they can hear me?
They fix it?
No. The sound of cars and everything, it's really awkward, weird.
So let's get back into the action again. Mabsali gets his car cooled down, has a little bit of a run around the track to make sure the temperatures of his vehicle is nice and cool. Bagsy now in the chase position as we're about to go into the second battle and second part of the second battle. Bagsy leads off the line, nice and close to Mabsali as we enter into the first turn. Nice, strong entry from Mabsali here as Bagsy takes chase. Outside line, perfectly executed here by Mabsali, but Bagsy is only inches away from him. Coming up to the first critical transition point here. Nice wide line from Mabsali, exactly what the judges want to see. Little bit of a rotation here as we get to the inside clip, followed by the second transition. Bagsy is all over Mabsali as they come through the final right-hand bend and over the finish line. This is going to come down to the first run. So as I was saying before, they scored in two individual runs. The first run where Bagsy was leading against Mabsali, and of course they revert then to the second run where Mabsali is leading Bagsy. The first run, remember, over rotation, which down to the judges will either be a very heavy, at minimum, penalization, and I don't see anything in this second run that won't allow Bagsy to take the win and go through. And the winner is official. Steve Bagsy Biagioni takes the win and goes through to the top 16. And this is going to be incredible. Already we see the top 16 bracket open up. And we will see Martin Richards versus Bagsy in the top 16. Moving on to our next battle. Haitham Al-Hadidi against Waqas Al-Balushi. We have a 350 Zayed against a Mustang. Hadidi in the 350 Zayed leads Al-Balushi in the Mustang. So let's take off. 350 Zayed hits the starting cone. We'll get back to that in a moment as to what that exactly means. Lead driver perfectly on that outside line. Mustang is failing to chase here. Now gets stuck into it. Hadidi is on the perfect qualifying line here as there is mostly straight lining from Balushi. Al-Balushi is failing to execute. Little bit of contact with the wall here. And Hadidi moves off track almost. I think that was 3 wheels, not 4. Again, critical here is if they move 4 wheels offline or off the track, it is an automatic 0. Now, let's break that down and let's watch that replay. Start line cone is hit here. That may be a slight deduction from the lead driver.
Isn't it restart if he hits the cone from Chicago?
Unless it's a deduction.
No
Now, what is very, very important here is in the judges' briefing to all the drivers, they go through what determines a 0. One of the major aspects, of course, in drifting is to drift. If you do not drift, if you straight line it, if you drive for a long period of time, you will score a 0. So the judges may score a 0. Now, in the 0 rule, what is very important is the first driver to score a 0, that's it. The run is over. So, although Al-Hadidi does go off and almost off track here, which could be a 0, I believe that the run is already over at this particular point. So this one is fairly straightforward. Constant, permanent drift for Al-Hadidi as we now switch them around. Al-Balushi in the Mustang takes the lead. Al-Balushi stays on the outside line. Nice and strong this time, unlike in the chase position. Nice wide line here from Al-Balushi. Coming up to the critical transitional point. Here we go. From outside to inside. Out to the wall. Clipping point 3 as we move to the inside of the track here now. Just gets his front tires over that critical line, transitions out to clipping point 4. Now the outer zone, 4, 5, 6, and over the finish line. Strong lead line there from Al-Balushi. This is down to the judges as to how they see this run down. Again, like with the previous battle, I think this comes down to the first run. Al-Balushi's inability to chase the lead driver is going to be critical here as we wait for the judge's decision. And we have it confirmed. Heitman Al Hadidi does take the win in the 350Z. And it has to be down to that initial failure for Al Balushi to chase. So again, the first run being critical here. We're seeing that. Maybe it's a little bit of round one jitters as we move on to battle number 4. Seri Kremetz against Ibrahim Al-Asri. We see Alteza, Toyota Alteza, definitely not with the original Beams engine, up against the 180SX. This is going to be a great battle. If practice and qualifying is anything to go by, look at the Alteza, how soft the suspension is from Kremetz as he enters right. Needs to go a little bit wider now as we go through the first bend. Failure to chase here a little bit, but the outside line is absolutely being kept by Kremetz. Kremetz now transitions across, stays where he needs to be, comes out to the second wall. Nice wide line, moves to the inside of the track now, gets his front wheels into that inner clipping zone as he transitions out to the wide outside zone 5 again. Over the finish line, and a strong lead line by Kremetz. I would like to have seen Al-Asri a little bit closer on that chase. Let's take a look at the replay as the guys go through this first run again. So nice wide entry, weight transfer in, should have been a little bit closer to the wall. Kremetz should have been a little bit on the outside line as we entered into the first bend. Now Al-Asri comes closer, but then loses contact again. Almost gets a little bit scared and then backs off. Initiates back in again, but in the transition here, all that momentum is now gone. Kremetz takes that extremely powerful outside line as we move into the inner clipping point here. This is a very, very critical part of the track. If you do not get to that inner clipping point, your line is going to be totally off coming out to the outside zone 5, which is a long right-hand bend. So just like the initial first bend, which is zone 1, zone 5 is the last outside right-hand bend also. The judges split those long bends up into three components, beginning, middle, and finish, and they'll score the drivers in all 3 parts. So they must remain consistent. As we now swap the drivers across, Kremetz takes chase, as Al-Asri takes the lead line here, nice and powerful off the line. Headlight giving a little bit of a wink here as Al-Asri charges, and very similar to Kremetz here in the sense of needing to be a little bit further out to the outside part of the racetrack. Now we get out to the outside zone 1, transitions out to clipping point 2, misses clipping point 2 here, Al-Asri. Little bit of contact by the 2 drivers, but a very inside line. Now watch the transition here. It's going to be very difficult for Al-Asri, and he does miss that outside clipping point 5 as there's a little bit of contact from Kremetz, and he spins here. Now, this is important. This is down to the judges now. Let's watch that replay here. The rest of the run is relatively plain. Nice outside initiation. I would have liked to have seen a little bit further out at the initial part of zone 1. Transition here is fine, but remember what I said before, that inside clipping point 4 is critical. If you do not get that line right, you are going to push yourself wide out in the beginning of scoring zone 5. So see this, missing the entry part of 5, goes deep here, Kremetz charges in, makes contact, and then there is a spin. So now it's down to the judges whether they determine that the lead driver is slowing down and thereby causing that impact. We are critically waiting for the judge's decision here to see. Now, judges asking for another replay here. Now, what the judges are going to be thinking about is the lead driver slowing down here, which is causing Kremetz to make contact and therefore spin? Just as the camera angle changes, that is when the critical moment was. So, a very important thing you can do is look for the smoke or the tires. Obviously, if the smoke stops, that means the driver is not accelerating hard. There is only one deceleration zone as the judges ask for another replay here. Right there is where the first deceleration zone is. As you come to the second wall, effectively, after the initiation, all of this part of the track you see right now has to be full throttle. Now it's down to whether the judges decide, as I said before, was the lead driver slowing up Asri and therefore causing the chase driver to have nowhere else to go and therefore spin. Watch it here. Outside zone 1 coming up to clipping point 2. Here is the only deceleration zone of the whole track. Everything else must be full throttle. So watch for the tire smoke of Asri in the white 180 SX. Comes out here, comes off throttle here. Look at the no smoke from the tire. Goes back on again, but at this point is too late. Kremetz has already committed himself to this outside line and has nowhere else to go. Now it's down to the judges as to what happens. And for once, I am happy not to be in the judges' position, as I have done for many years before. Let's see what the judges say. Are we going to see another replay? Or are we going to get a decision?
Gets the win.
32. And the judges have made their decision. It is Serhii Kremetz does take the win. Car number 32 takes the win. And it must have been down to what we were talking about. The lead driver, Asri, slows in an area where he is not allowed to slow, causing Kremetz to have nowhere else to go. Now, battle number 5. Ali Maxi versus Hamdan Khalifa. We have GT86 against a 350Z. Maxi to take the lead in the first run. And let's see what we can do. Very strong performance from Ali Maxi in qualification. Ali Maxi takes the lead as Hamdan Khalifa does take chase. Now, very, very poor start from Khalifa in the 350Z. Maxi taking that outside line, exactly what the judges want to see. Nice and early transition here by Maxi. This is a great run as Khalifa pulls off the track, and that is going to be an automatic 0. Maxi notices that there is no chase, shuts down, and again, remember, Maxi needs to just get through the run. The first 0 that is scored is down to the chase position here from Hamdan Khalifa, and it's going to be a very large advantage for Ali Maxi. Ali Maxi was having some difficulties and some engine problems earlier on today. We hope that he's had them all fixed now. The GT86 looks absolutely incredible, beautiful liveried vehicle, and he has had a very strong showing all day yesterday in local practice. He was absolutely on rails. Lovely transition here. Again, as I was saying before, nice and early transition is exactly what we want to see. Khalifa bows off the track, right up against the wall is Maxi. And as soon as he sees that there is no competitor on track, he shuts down that vehicle, saves his tires, saves his engine, and we can move on to the second part of the run. As the drivers now swap positions, Hamdan Khalifa takes the lead line and Ali Maxi pulls into the chase position as we see them. Now, massive, massive advantage for Maxi here. Surely has to be a 10-0 advantage. All he's got to do is stay close, play smart. Now, the judges do have a ruling, which is you have to have what's called an active chase. There is a massive 10-0 deficit between Maxi and Khalifa. He still needs to have a relatively close proximity when it comes to the chase position. So in other words, if he gets 5, 6, 7 cars away, they could give him a 0. Here we go. Khalifa takes the inside line and runs nice and wide. Not as wide as in the first part of the run from Maxi, although he is wide here. Transitions nice and early, although a little bit shallow. Is going to be pushed out towards the wall here. Little bit of distance away from the wall here from Khalifa, although Maxi now is taking a nice and conservative run here. He's staying within distance, exactly what he needs to do, not too close, not too far away, and that should be a very easy decision for the judges here. Surely this is going to be a win for Maxi. As we see again, the replay here, Hamdan Khalifa takes out a cone or two at the initiation point here. Very nice and wide initiation, but does not stay on throttle. That's also going to hurt him, but it all comes down to that first run. Let's see what the judges say. And it is confirmed. Ali Maxi takes run number 5 and goes into the top 16. Hamdan Khalifa bows out of competition. Strong showing there, but simply nothing he could do to stay with the pace of Ali Maxi. Now, as we move on to battle number 6, Mohammed Shabab versus Mohammed Hamdan. We have Corvette taking the lead against S15 Rocket Bunny. Here we go. Let's take chase. Shabab takes a very nice wide outside line in the Corvette. Exactly what we want to see. Hamdan in the S15 now is staying a little bit too far away. The judges are going to want to see him closer, exactly as he's doing there, but over-rotates as he comes in towards clipping point 2 and the second wall. Shabab is doing everything he needs to do in the Corvette. Ooh, dips a wheel off the outside line. Now, when it comes to the outside line for the judges, of course, a wheel off track is bad. We don't want to see that at any point, and there is going to be a penalization. However, that being said, the outside part of the circuit is important for the lead driver. The reason why this is the judges have a specific criteria that is called the ability to chase. If the lead car is on the inside of the circuit, the chase driver has nowhere to go. So a wheel off, a single wheel off, will mean a penalization, just like we see here from Shabab. However, that being said, it'll be a minor penalization versus being at the very extreme inside of the track. So let's get the drivers swapped around. The Corvette takes a little opportunity to heat some tires again, as if they weren't warm enough to begin with. And Hamdan takes lead now in his S15. Let's see how we can reverse it. It's going to be very, very close between the two drivers. As the start line official gets them nice and square on the start line. We will see the two cars being sent. Thumbs up from Hamdan in the S15. Beautifully prepared vehicle, as is the Corvette. Two great looking cars. Let's go. Send them off the start line as Hamdan takes lead. Mohammed Hamdan in the S15. Nice wide initiation. Nice from Shabab as well. Wide is exactly what Hamdan needs to do now. He needs to pull away a gap while staying wide through the first outer zone into clipping point 2 now, out towards the wall. Little bit close on the wall here, pulls away a little bit too soon. Is going to be compromised a little bit going through clipping point 1 now, outside to clipping point 5 as that final outer zone. Very, very little in it between the two of them, although I will say the chase run in this particular part here is strong. Not as many mistakes, not as many small mistakes in a chase position from Shabab here in the Corvette, but Hamdan takes a very strong lead line. Let's see what the judges say. This could be a very close one. This could be our first very close call in terms of potentially having a one more time. So if the judges deem the two runs to be too close to call and they want to see a clear-cut winner, they will call for a one more time. Scores are reset and the two drivers line back up again. Judges watching that replay again intently to make sure that there is no stone left unturned. So the judges will always look at the lead line versus lead line and the chase line versus chase line. So they look at the two replays and make sure the overall winner excelled in both lead and chase position. This is very, very important. Very close between the two coming over the finish line. Let's see what the judges say. In the Corvette, Mohammed Shabab takes the win. And it has to be down to that very, very strong chase position in the second part of the battle. As we are already ready with battle number 7, Benedict Sirba against Robbie Al-Wahar. Now, here we go. Sirba takes the lead in the BMW. Nice bright yellow color, nice wide outside line, exactly what we want to see. Ooh, 2 wheels off track here as we have failure to chase from Alawart. Alawart does have some mechanical difficulties with the car. Look at the back end of that E46 BMW M3. A lot of damage at the back of that car. Had a heavy wall impact in practice before we went out for the top 32 here today, and is clearly having some difficulties with that car. Very, very, very strong lead line from Sierba in the yellow E36. Nice faint transition, power over into the outside line. Look at this transition here. 2 wheels off though from Sierba in the yellow BMW. Comes back on track again. It's not going to be a 0 from the judges, but it is going to be a penalization. Now that being said, at the same time, Alawart does straighten and does go straight. It's not because of the lead position being out of where he needs to be. It's completely on his own back. So therefore, there is going to be a penalization for both. It's down to the judges how big a penalization is going to be from both drivers, though. As they come across the finish line, they now swap positions. Alawart is going to take the lead line, and we'll see now if the car has been successfully fixed between practice and the main part of the run here now. Benedict now from Lithuania takes the chase position, and let's see if the first battle or first part of the battle is going to be enough here. He's got to maintain close proximity, not make a mistake. If he can do that, Sierba should be able to easily take this win home. Alawart is ready on the line. Starting marshal is waiting for permission to let them go. We are almost ready. And we're off. Alawart takes a strong lead here. Enters early, enters wide, comes out of that outside zone though, having some difficulties here as Sierba is being led off track now. We'll revert to that in a moment. There is an element there that is okay for Sierba as he's following the lead driver. Nice wide line now from Alawart as the car seems to be working for him. He misses that inner clipping point, comes out to clipping point 5 now. Here's one of the areas that he had an impact with the wall earlier on, and also had a very heavy impact with the finish wall there, and again hits that wall very, very hard. Exactly the same problem as he had in practice earlier on today. Now, it's going to come down to that last part of the battle. Contacting the wall here is not a good thing. The judges are okay with the driver scraping or grazing the wall, but heavy impact is not a good thing for your point score. So, a little bit wide here from Alawart. It's compromised on his line here, and this is going to be a domino effect. So he runs wide, missing the inside clip, now goes very, very deep here on the start of scoring zone 5. He's going to carry more speed than he's used to. He straightens up the car and now hits the wall very hard. Benedict Sierba has nowhere to go and has to follow him in. Look at the back end of the car, completely destroyed. Tire fully removed from the rear wheel and heavy damage in the back there again. So it's going to be down to the judges now. They are going to make up their decision as to whose fault that was. I can only see it as being Alawart's fault, but we will see shortly. Let us see what the judges decide. Look at the sheer impact on the back of that car. That car was a beautifully prepared vehicle at the start of this weekend, is now heavily damaged. You can see here in the flags a strong wind here today, which with the temperatures we have had has not been bad, as the recovery truck has now been brought out on track to recover Alawart. Is it done? Did we get decisions? So damage on both vehicles here. And of course, this is going to be a difficult one for the person that proceeds. Now, in my opinion, as we wait for the judges, of course, my opinion carries zero weight in today and in life in general, really. But Benedict da Silva has nowhere to go. It's not going to be his fault. It cannot be his fault. It is Alawart that hits the wall heavily. Silva is doing exactly what he needs to do, which is be inches away from the lead driver, commits everything, does not expect the lead driver to hit that wall. Look at the door torn off the car, tie rod, suspension damaged, heavy impact here. Now, the saving grace potentially for Benedictus is he does have some time between now and top 16. We, of course, have a break between top 16 and, or top 32 and top 16, rather. And let's take some time now to go through the schedule whilst we have an opportunity. So local time for us here is now coming up on 4:45. It's 20 to 5 roughly. We are from UK time. If you're watching in the UK, we are 4 hours removed. So we are now sitting at 20 to 4 as I go through the schedule here. 20 to 5, I should say. So our top 32 battles commenced at 10 past 4. We are scheduled to continue on, so we have 2 hours for this particular part of the competition. So for the top 32, at 10 minutes past 6, we finish the top 32 officially. We then move in with a quick break into the Champions Parade. So for the top 16, we roughly have about 10 minutes for that, and then we begin again at 20 to 7, so 6:40 p.m. local time. Again, we are 4 hours ahead of GMT or UK time. So for Central European time, again, 3 hours removed, as you're 1 hour ahead. And the top 16 is already lining up to be a very, very, very big hitter. We have, and I'm dying to see this event, this could almost be a mini final, the first part of the top 16 bracket, Martin Richards against Steve Bagsy Biagioni. That is going to be a very, very powerful run. 2 UK drivers parked right next to each other in the pits. That is going to be a very interesting battle. Now, what you can see as I'm looking on the track here locally in Muscat, the 2 drivers have their cars both on tow trucks. They're both about to be carried away. As we look to the start line, we have also only 1 car ready, which is Nicholas Solomon against Nasser Al-Habali. Now, I don't see any Habali on the start line. I'm just trying to find out if there's only 1 car there. There's 38 and 34. That's 338. That's 30. Yeah, it has to be, but I don't know. He's at 33. Yeah, 38. And that is confirmed. Benedict da Silva does take the win and goes through to the top 16. And again, does what he has to do. Hopefully he has enough time now to fix the car ahead of top 16. Do we know? Is it only Solomon is on the line? Do we know if there's only 1? Now, as we are readying ourselves for battle number 8 of the top 32, Nicolas Solomon against Nasser Al-Habali. I see only Solomon on the line in this beautiful E92 M3 brand new vehicle. Has driven it, I believe, only once before, and is effectively debuting it here with a little bit of testing and potentially 1 round under its belt already. Beautifully prepared vehicle, nice and clean. I was taking a look at this in the pits earlier on, and it is very, very well built. I'm becoming partial to the BMWs. I'm a big Nissan fan. I can't lie. I cannot lie. But that particular E92 is looking great. There's a lot of really, really great builds over here. One thing that surely has impressed me with the locals, the build quality is incredible. The driving standard is also improved incredibly over the last couple of years, which is now matching their machinery, and we're finding this perfect unity, if you will, of good machinery and good driving, which always leads to good competition. Now I'm seeing some marshals run around the track here to make sure everything is clean and tidy ahead of battle number 8. And we'll see. If we don't have a Habali onto the line very, very soon, it's going to be a bye run. Look at the winds pick up here locally in Muscat. And again, we only have one driver on the start line. So this could be the easiest first battle that Solomon is ever going to have. But we want to see that second driver. Hopefully he's able to make it to the start line. As the sun starts to set here in Muscat, the venue is, take my word for it, for people not here or people who have not been here before, the venue is incredible. It is spectacular. It is one side from where the start line is. There are the pits for the drivers. Behind that are new facilities for scrutineering and for fixing of vehicles. And we have on all of the other sides of the venue are completely covered in grandstands. Great atmosphere here for qualification of the local drivers last night. Absolutely fantastic atmosphere here last night. Locals getting very much into drifting, and that's great to see. And it is indeed a bye run. So, if the other driver does not show up, it's going to be a bye run.
Was it bye run?
Okay, so we're going to get that confirmed. We're not sure if this is a bye run or not. Habali was not where he should have been, so we will see now if this is going to be a bye run. As locals are celebrating with some crisps, I wouldn't mind some. So if anybody locally here is watching and be able to hear me, feel free to drop some snacks by. I'm sitting just under the judging tower. One thing I have very much noticed as I've arrived on here on Thursday morning into Muscat, the officials and the championship, the effort that is put into hosting this event here has been incredible, absolutely immense. We must have, in terms of spectators, 6,000 or 7,000 people here this evening, and it's only going to get more and more packed as we move into the evening. As the sun sets, the lights come on, and that is when we're going to have our top 16 followed by top 8 and top 4 and the finals. Now, here we go. We have Habali Al-Habali in the 350Z. Now, I was very, very impressed by his driving. Had incredibly entries, but had an impact yesterday, heavy impact with the wall in turn 1. Let's see here. Solomon takes the lead against Al-Habali. Nice close chasing here from Al-Habali. Also, Solomon taking that perfect outside line. Habali now moving in closer. Perfect line here for the E92 and Solomon as he comes close to the wall, grazes off it. Can he come into the inside clipping point? He can. Can he transition out to the outside part of zone 5? He can. Now all he's got to do now is stay on that outside line. Very, very good chase as well from Al-Habali as he maintains a consistent proximity to the lead driver. Let's see that replay. It is now down to Solomon to revert positions and go into the chase position, and he has to do the same thing, but critically Al-Habali has also to do a perfect wide line. So look at the lead driver, look at how close he is to the outside of the track, consistent the whole way around. Watch for the transition here, leaves that zone, comes to the inside of the track, transitions across exactly what he needs to do. He could have come a little bit further away. Now he needs to aim for the end of the wall. He does get it. He now moves to the inside of the track, does get it, can be a little bit further in, but does get the inside clipping zone as he moves out to zone 5. Again, judges are scoring here, the middle, and the end of it. So it's all critical down to that finish line. Nice and wide exit from Nicolas Solomon. Very startling line. Al-Habali has to now do the exact same. Otherwise, the judges are going to absolutely score in favor of Nicolas Solomon. So, we are missing Habali from the start line. Now, if the drivers have technical issues, they can call a 5-minute rule. A 5-minute rule is as simple as it sounds. The driver gets 5 minutes to fix their car. Now, critically, they only get one 5-minute rule for the entire competition. So the car can only be, well, effectively fixed once. If it breaks again, that is it. They are out. We will get confirmed now if it is a 5-minute rule, but it certainly looks like it is going to be. And we have it confirmed it is a 5-minute rule for Nasser Al-Habali in the 350 Zayed. Again, he was very, very strong in practice yesterday. His entries were absolutely incredible. But coming up to last night, he had a big impact with the first round.
You're in picture. Say hello to everybody. Вот тот самый, та самая техническая поддержка, которой сейчас уже пошел заниматься украинский флагом, ставить его правильно. Ну что, у нас гонка в самом разгаре, топ-32. Именно Дахамский залило. Его никаких повреждений не было, водичкой смыли все, и все прекрасно, замечательно работает, ничего такого не произошло. Одесский, рассказываю, на 6-й километр выезжаю. Кадр, где ставят его на эвакуатор и гости, увозили в детейлинг, просто чтобы отмыть. С машинами все в порядке.
Okay, so we have Ahmad Daham now in the second bracket of the top 32. So this is going to be a bye run. We had a situation in the top 32. Two drivers, because of one car failing, were qualifying in the same car, and they both qualified. But of course, only one car can be used by one driver. So Ahmad Daham in the S14, Red Bull sponsored S14, will take a bye run. And simply speaking, all he has to do is leave the start line, and he has won that battle. Failure to start, and he has to maybe call a 5-minute rule, but all he has to do is leave the start line off his own power, and he has won that battle. No need for 2 runs, just 1 run will do, and that is it. Ahmad Daham will go through to the top 16, and let's sit back and watch a very, very good run here. Take note, drivers, take note, fans. This is exactly what you want to see. Outside line. Watch for that transition, full power transition to the clipping point 2, all the way out to the wall, stays by that wall. Now pulls it to the inside of the track, nice and deep into the inner clipping point 4 as he moves out to zone 5, stays on that white line the whole way on the outside. Ahmad Daham moves through to the top 16. Very, very easy win for Daham in the Red Bull S14. Now, let us see if we have our battle number 8 ready on the start line again. Oh, he's running 2 runs. This is the first time I've seen this, but again, it could be local rules, so he's now running 2 buy runs effectively, getting full value for money for his tires. Typically, the drivers are getting 2 laps. Some drivers are almost starting to run out of tire at the end of that second lap. But Daham putting on a show for us here as he's running that perfect qualifying line. Takes an opportunity to gather some data as the conditions cool down from evening, as we go into the evening time as the sun sets, and the track inevitably does change a little bit. Now, we should return back to battle number 8 with Nicholas Solomon now taking the chase position as Nasser Habali takes the lead position. If we cast our thoughts back to how that battle went, very, very straightforward. Great lead line by Solomon. Habali did a good job in terms of the chasing. Could have been closer, but maintained a steady proximity to Solomon in the lead position. About a car length away or so, give or take, depending on the track, or depending on the part of the track. Finishing nice and strong, which is always what you want to see, very close to Solomon. Here we go, lights are green, the drivers are off. Solomon falls into that chase position as Habali leads, nice wall scrape, but puts 1 wheel off, now 2 wheels off track. He needs to get back on circuit very, very quickly. He does pull it back on again, but remember, that's going to be a penalisation from the judges. Now, big rotation here as he comes out to the second wall. Can Habali come into the inside clipping point, does just put a wheel into it. Nice wide transition out to zone 5, stays on the line this time, does not go over. All he's got to do is get across the finish line. Now, if we break down those 2 runs, here is what is important. Watch Habali as he enters in. Now, he does a great job in entering in on the wall. Very, very good. That's what we want to see. Now, he almost enters too late, and his wheels are off track. 1 wheel goes off track. Now he has 2 full wheels, almost 3 wheels off the line. Solomon has a wheel off, but that does not matter because he's following the lead driver. So he's entitled to do that. In fact, on the inner clipping point, he's entitled to put a wheel off on the inside also if he is very, very close to the lead driver. There's a bit of a gap forming now, but at this point, I think the damage is done. Let's see what the judges decide. I'm almost certain it's going to come down to those 2 wheels off. The rest of it seemed very straightforward. Although, the great thing is, I don't have to make that decision. I just have to sit here and watch and talk to you guys. Judges forming their opinions. 3 judges, of course, international panel. Local judges, judges from Netherlands, and of course head judge Kieran Hines from Cork. Judges deliberating. And judges' decisions are in, and it is going to be a 1 more time. So the judges have seen something. Again, remember, great thing is, as I said before, I don't have to make these decisions. It's entirely up to them. Now, they will have studied the lead line and they will have studied the chase line by both drivers. They'll weigh up all the pluses, all the minuses, and then they will decide. Now, moving on, as we will revisit that battle again in a little bit. Battle number 10, Khalid Al-Zayed against Clint Ort. Dutch driver, traveling all the way from the Netherlands in his S14 against a beautifully prepared E46 M3. So, Al-Zayed, nice and wide on entry, stays out wide. Clint Ort is not coming out to the outside and is now gaining proximity, but still inside of the track. Al-Zayed now scraping him against that wall, does exit the wall a little bit too soon, but follows up nicely with clipping point 4. Little bit shallow coming up to clipping point 5, but is doing what he needs to do. He's staying wide, he's staying on that qualifying line. Little bit of a scrappy chase run by Clint Ort, but that being said, let's watch that replay. It could have been very difficult for Clint to follow. Now, let's watch that chase run by Clint Ort. Enters nice and strong, maybe a little bit too much deceleration as he gains a big gap here. Look at that. 2 full car lengths between the 2 cars. Nice and wide lead line by Al Zayed. However, he's not carrying a lot of angle. He is very shallow. Now, early transition here, which is good for Al Zayed. Coming out to clipping point 2. Nice transition here. He's aiming towards the wall. Now, he gets to the wall quite early, and he leaves the wall quite early, which is not going to score him a lot of points, but he is hitting that clipping point, which is important. Coming through clipping point 4, the inner clipping point, and transitions across again. Watch here now. Not a lot of angle, quite straight as he comes across, but he is drifting, he is sideways, and he is on that line. Clint now does finish strong. As the 2 drivers come over the finish line, we should have them switched around now. Clint to lead, Al Zayed to take the chase position, and we're going to see how this pans out. Clint is going to put in, he's going to have to put in a very strong lead line. If he carries more angle, that's going to stand to him. Al Zayed has to remain close. He's put down his good lead line. Now he has to put down a good chase line. Here we go. Clint leads strong, scrapes the wall, takes off the boot of that S14. Nice and wide, carries angle, carries speed. Al Zayed is with him though, he's not losing him. Coming to that transition now. Clint transitions nice and wide, comes out towards that second wall, hits it, straightens from Al Zayed here, has to straighten and reinitiate again. That's going to be a heavy penalty for him as Clint stays on the right hand side and the outside of the track. Finishes strong here. Let's get a replay of that. That was a very good lead line. That is exactly what Clint needed to go and do. Let's watch it again. Watch the rear of the car as he puts that car up against the wall, taking the boot of the car off. Here we go. That is full commitment. Scrapes that wall, takes off the back end of the car, but does not let it affect his drift. And that's what the judges want to see. Judges are fine to see a wall hit if it does not interfere with the line of the car. Let us see if the judges have a decision. This is going to be one for them to deliberate on. And when they do that, they will again, each judge has their own opinion as to what they see. They do, of course, have a scoring criteria, but they have their own brains, they have their own eyes. One will see one thing, one will miss one thing, one will see something else and miss something else. They're now going to discuss what they see and what they think is right, and then they will call for an overall winner. The straighten here by Al Zayed is going to be a big one. I think it's going to come down to this part here. The wall from Clint a wall tap at the very beginning, I don't see as an issue at all. The straighten here is going to be a very important one. What the judges may be looking at is, again, if they think that it's due to the lead driver. Remember, as we saw it earlier on, when we had it from Kremetz against Al Asri, that was down to Al Asri from slowing down. However, that being said, Clint is slowing down in an area where he is allowed to. After clipping point 2 is the only area that the lead driver is allowed to slow down. It's the only deceleration zone of the entire track. Let us see if the judges have a decision. Judges taking their time. Again, they will be looking at every wheel turn, at every correction, at where the rear wheels are versus the outside part of the track, what clipping points have been hit, which ones have been missed. And they're still talking. What could they be looking at? I think, again, down to my opinion, the straighten and slight reinitiation by Al Zayed on the in the chase position on the second part of the run is going to be very, very critical. That is the only main issue I can see. Clint in his chase position could have been a lot closer. Wasn't close enough, really, in my opinion, but didn't really make a massive mistake. And I think that's what it's going to come down to here. These two drivers qualifying in different times. Al Zayed, as part of the local driver crew, qualified Friday evening, yesterday evening, Thursday evening, as everybody had practice that day and everybody was ready. The international drivers, Clint being one of them, their cars were held up in logistics and only got access to them late last night. So they've only had their practice and their qualification today. And it is a one more time. This is when I would love to pick the brains of the judges. Unfortunately, for this round, round one, we do not have access to the driver or the judges' opinions. But the two drivers are going to line up again, and we're going to run them again. In the meantime, we are going to move on to battle number 11. Ruslav Rarosky against Monder Manji. So Rarosky in the GT86, he was going very, very strong in practice and qualifying. This is going to be a very, very interesting one. I think two GT86s here, but very different in terms of pace. Rarosky is going to take, I think, a bit of a chunk here out of Manji. Let's see. Already from the get-go, Rarosky is already leading. Nice and wide. Great entry for Rarosky. Look at that wide line. Perfectly on the outside, exactly where he needs to be. Oh, drops one or two wheels off, but really not a major part to play. Pulls out the wall number 2 as we have a spin for Manji. Rarosky really, as expected, pulls out a massive gap, and there is little that Manji can do. Tries his best to keep up, but ultimately carries too much pace, and it leads him to spin. So, two very similar cars, both GT86 platforms, great looking cars. Watch the difference in pace. Already here, the drift begins for Rarosky right here. Out to the wall, does exactly what he needs to do, prepares his vehicle to stay out in the outside part of that circuit, deep into scoring zone 1, continues on throughout. Watch, pinpoint position, comes off a little bit here, straightens, and that puts a wheel off track just here. Watch that rear left wheel as he comes back on throttle again, accelerates hard. Here's where you look for Manji, as he manages a little bit too hard here by the looks of it, and does spin. From watching qualifying, from watching practice the last couple of days, I have seen Manji taking a more aggressive and maybe mid-track transition, just like he did there, but he would have been forced to go faster than he's maybe a little bit comfortable doing by Rarosky. So that is going to make the difference, and that is what caused the spin. Here we go again. Lights are green. Manji takes the lead. Let's see what he can do. He needs a big mistake for Rarosky. He is wide, not as wide. Oh, Rarosky almost spins out, straightens and opposite drifts here. That was the mistake that was needed by Manji. Let us see what the judges do. So, Manji has to finish out this run. And again, a mistake. A mistake from Rarosky. Maybe he's too much gripping. Maybe he's going too fast versus Manji's lead line. Now, here is what it's down to as we watch the replay. Rarosky has a strong lead line throughout his first run, and it's a 0 from Manji. Manji now has to put in an equally strong run, and it has to be a 0 here. So, the judges have to determine what they want to do. Manji is out in clipping zone 1. He's doing what he needs to do. Is the mistake caused by the lead driver, or is it caused by the chase? If it's down to the chase and the judges deem it to be a big mistake, Rarosky will still go through. If they deem it to be a 0, in other words, he straightens, reinitiates, and almost opposite drifts at one point, which basically means goes in the incorrect direction as to what the corner is. Again, puts 2 wheels off here. Very inconsistent driving here from Rarosky in the chase position, but it is ultimately down to the judges what they deem to be the verdict. Just waiting for the confirmation. As we wait for the confirmation as to who is the winner, we move on to battle number 12, and we have Tsubasa Takizawa against Ali Shahani. Now, Mark II JZX 100 against S15. The JZX 100 of Takizawa takes a nice wide outside line, carries a great line here. Very nice, very consistent transition through the clipping point 2. As we get the drivers right by the tower here. Inside clipping point is nailed, outside clipping point is nailed. Zone 5 here as Takizawa takes a nice lead line, does exactly what he needs to do, and across the finish line. In the meantime, we have the confirmation that Rarosky does take the win in the previous battle. As we analyze the first part of battle number 11, Takizawa takes a nice wide line. Shahani does not do a great line and does not do a great job in that first part of turn 1. Losing drift, has to reinitiate again, is on the inside of the track. Takizawa does what he needs to do here, coming out to the wall, carries great angle past that wall here, almost over rotates as he pushes that Mark II Toyota JZX 100 over the inside clipping point, lines himself up nicely for that final zone 5 outer zone. Again, judges scoring here, they're scoring the middle of the circuit right there, and then they're also scoring at the finish. So that final zone 5, just like zone 1, has to be consistent throughout. Very strong lead line. The advantage, in my opinion, here is going to be lying in Takizawa's favor. Now, Shahani has to do an impeccable job, and we have to see a mistake here from Takizawa for him to not go through. 2 cones knocked over by Shahani. Shahani in the S15. Nice wide line here. Comes out of zone 1, goes back into it again. Is he going to put some wheels off here? No. He stays within the circuit. Nice transition, puts up a lot of smoke here as he comes past the judging tower here, as Takizawa has to pull back up again, otherwise he's going to hit the wall. That is the mistake that Shahani needed. Big mistake there from Takizawa. Misses clipping point 5, is on the inside of the track here for zone 5. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Let's watch the replay. As I said before, Shahani needed to have a great lead line, and Takizawa had to make a big mistake for him to have any opportunity to go through into the top 16. Look at that S15, absolutely gorgeous with his Rocket Bunny kit. Oh, I'm partial to a Rocket Bunny S15, I will tell you that. Nice wide line here. Keeps that rear left on the outside. Could have been closer to the outside of the track, but does what he needs to do. Now, critically here, what happens? Takizawa gets lost in the smoke. His transition is going to be very, very different here. Watch as he comes out of the transition. He is off the inner or the outside clipping zone, and he's now aiming for the wall. He has to pull out to not hit the wall and reinitiate again. Let's see what the judges say. This is going to be interesting. Remember, the first part of the first run, Shahani does have a mistake. He's at the inside of the circuit on turn 1. And that mistake from Takizawa was the end of his competition. Ali Shahani takes the win and goes through to the top 16. So that big mistake by the wall from Takizawa was exactly what caused it. Now, we move on to the next battle. Ahmed Al-Amiri against Jia Arakaki. Arakaki takes the chase position in the S15. Al-Amiri in the 180SX. Nice wide line here as he does exactly what he needs to. Arakaki is not... and he straightens and loses drift. Al-Amiri is absolutely on a flyer here as he pulls out to the outside of Zone 5. Can he keep it to the outside perimeter? He absolutely can, and across the finish line he goes. Very strong run from Al-Amiri here. Tips the cone as he enters, nice and straight down the start-finish straight here. Little faint drift, and then pulls in, nice tap of the lights, very nicely done. Out to the outside zone of Zone 1, straight here from Arakaki. Absolutely not where he needs to be. He is going to lose a lot of points here. So he's already on a very, very large deficit here. Arakaki now comes through the transition and watch as he over-rotates. Effectively almost comes to a spin, has to straighten and reinitiate again. All while Al-Amiri is absolutely on a flyer. It's potentially either... The judges typically use a 10-point system per run. And they'll give the drivers either a 5-5 or a 6-4 slight advantage to one driver. If they're not deeming that a 10-0, it's going to be an 8-2 or a 9-1 to Al-Amiri. Ahmed Al-Amiri doing a great job there as the drivers now swap around. Now, here is the critical element. Can Al-Amiri chase behind Arakaki in the S15? Arakaki takes the lead, goes down the start-finish straight, enters into the first bend. Oh, pulls straight into the inside of the track, not even initiating outside of the track now. Pulls back in again out of Zone 1. Transitions across, misses clipping point 2 completely, barely touching clipping point 3, missing clipping point 4 as well, coming out to clipping point 5, barely touches it at the beginning of Zone 5, has to get across the finish line now as Al-Amiri is all over Arakaki, and that for me is a very, very easy decision. Watch Al-Amiri's line, he is alongside him here, putting as much pressure on as he can. Again, a little flash of lights as he enters in. Proximity is great, and he's chasing behind a very difficult run to chase and doing a great job in adjusting. Al-Amiri here, unless I have gone absolutely crazy, is going to be your winner of this run here. Let's wait for the judges' confirmation, although I think this will be a very, very quick one. And it is confirmed. Ahmed Al-Amiri is your winner and goes through. And we both, in English and Russian, have already called this. Al-Amiri goes through into the top 16. Now, we have... So, line up, we are meant to have Andreas Vasilioskis, but we do not. We have Ali Balushi, who is going to get a bye run. Basilioskas is not here. His vehicle broke in practice this morning. He then obtained, or I believe rented a vehicle, a 370Z, which he qualified in. However, that engine, I believe, also broke. So, bye run here for Ali Balushi in the S13. Now, he impressed me during practice earlier on. All he has to do is drive through, conserve his tires, conserve his car, making the smart move here, and just gains the applause from the spectators as he goes around the circuit. Now, he was incredibly quick in practice earlier on and also yesterday. Great line driving, good pace, good aggression as well. A lot of power in this car, V8 powered S13 180SX. Oh, I'm even loving the cookie lights that he's got on. A very, very expensive choice there, but period correct. I am liking that. In fact, I might go over and acquire them later on for myself. without him knowing. So, Ali Al-Balushi goes through into the top 16 by run. Very, very easy start to his championship campaign. Now, battle number 15. We've got Tariq Ali Shahani against Mohammed Al-Jabi. Or rather, we don't at the moment because we don't appear to have anybody on the start line. But we do have Al-Shahani, brother of Ali Al-Shahani. So Tariq, brother of Ali, forming a very strong team here this weekend and has been doing really, really well. Takes the lead position, qualified very, very high. In 6th position, in fact, against Mohammed Al-Jabir in the 350Z. He's been less consistent this weekend, I've got to be honest. But Shahani has been very, very aggressive. So this is going to be an interesting one. Shahani, if he's doing his job correctly, is going to put a little bit of a gap here. But let's see how it pans out as the two drivers get lined up on the start line. Lights are red, waiting for that green light. Start marshal checking with both drivers. Ready. And ready. Yes. Yes. Wait for the green light. And we're off. Shahani takes the lead line. Knocks over a couple of cones here. Enters into the first line. Al-Shahani. Nice and wide on that first bend. Exactly what we need to do as Al-Jabir. A little bit inconsistent here. Does not follow closely and is offline. Shahani does exactly what he needs to do. Clipping point 2 is perfect. All the way out to that wall on the outside of clip 3. Into inside of 4. Out to zone 5 here. Again, judges score here. Here. And over the finish line. Very, very strong run by Tariq Al-Shahani. Exactly as anticipated. Now, of course, we swap them around. Al-Jabir has to do the exact same. While Shahani, of course, has to maintain that close proximity. Now, the gap is so large here that the points advantage is going to be extreme. In fact, his spotter, so every driver on the circuit will have a spotter, if not more than one spotter, telling the driver in between runs how they're doing. And if I was Al-Shahani's sponsor, or not sponsor, but spotter rather, between these runs, I'd be telling him to take it easy, just remain close to him, that's all you gotta do, don't throw it away, don't risk too much, all he has to do is keep relatively close proximity, and he's through to the top 16 as we set them off here. Al-Jabir takes that lead line, nice and wide, but comes off a clipping point 1, is not in zone 1, just touches into zone 1 now, as Shahani comes out wide. Al-Jabir now transitions to clipping point 2, but is on the wrong line here. He goes clipping point 3 and to the inside of 4. Rotates out to clipping point 5 and through zone 5. Misses that though. Does not touch the clipping point 5. And Al-Shahani does exactly what he needs to do. This is going to be absolutely over and done with, in my opinion. But the great thing is, it's not my opinion. All I have to do is wait to be told who's won, and we can move on to battle number 16. Number 5. Tariq Al-Shahani does take the win. Very, very easy battle here. Now, here we have a very interesting battle. Hazza Al-Hazani in the Boss S chassis, full carbon Kevlar, absolutely beautiful car, against Hussein Mohan. Hussein Mohammed is taking chase here, although we have an issue here off the start line. Not quite sure what's happening here, but there is a very, very strong line here from Hosani. Hosani now nice and strong on that first run. Transitions across out to clipping point 2. Very close to the wall here. Has to make a correction. Does scrape the wall just a little bit. Goes through clipping point 4. Out to zone 5. But really it's down to that start. I'd love to find out what happened at the beginning of that particular run. Absolutely being left for dead. Watch it here now. Green light. Hits a cone. Absolutely catching Mohammed asleep on the starting line. And has too much to catch up here. Now, the judges are going to score these two as separate runs. Whenever the judges see separation and large separation, they score the 2 runs as individual runs. Now, of course, Hassani doing the right thing in the lead is miles ahead and therefore will have the advantage by default, essentially. But it's going to be a massive deficit for Muhade. Now, we swap around. Hussein Mohammed takes lead. Al-Hassani takes the chase. And we should see a very aggressive chase here by Al-Hassani. S14 with a boss front end. I'm not normally a big fan of this, but it looks very, very good in person. Look at that aggressive front end. Again, every single panel on this vehicle is carbon Kevlar. Very, very expensive taste. Are we seeing a replay here? So the light goes green, lead driver leaves. Now there is a cone in the way here, of course, but that's after the fact. So it's down to the judges now to determine what happened. It doesn't look like a false start. The light goes green. Hassani leaves as he's meant to, and just it can't be time difference because he shouldn't have jet lag when he's local. So the judge is asking for a replay there. Rest of the run here, Hassani is nice and strong. Again, losing a little bit of angle there. But does what he needs to do. No major complaints, a couple of small corrections throughout the run, but does exactly what he needs to do. So let's swap the 2 drivers around. Hussein Mohammed takes the lead. Hazza Al-Hassani takes the chase position. We wait for the green light. Both drivers are ready. Starline Marshall waiting for the call to send the 2 cars. Wind has consistently been strong all day, but it is absolutely picking up here this evening as I take a look around the grandstands. And as you see it on the live stream, look at the grandstands, they are absolutely packed. We are only just getting started as we send them off on the second part as we get Hussein Mohammed with the cone stuck in the car. Hassani does what he needs to do. All he's got to do is stay close. All he's got to do is stay close for this particular run. Watch them as they come through. 2 wheels off here for 2 wheels off here for Mohammed as he transitions out to zone 5. Al-Hassani does what he needs to do. Proximity is there. Strong chase against a run that wasn't overly easy to chase. Look at cones being thrown left, right and center. Watching the replay here. Does what he needs to do initially. Stays wide on that zone 1. The transition is nice and early as it should be. Hits clipping point 2. Dabs the wheel off, but that's okay. Comes away from the line and goes back out to zone 3. Barely touches it, but does get in there. Misses zone 4 here as he comes out to 5. But ultimately, it's going to be down to that first run. Let's see what the judges decide. Drivers waiting patiently as the judges decide. Hazal Hosani does go through car number 43. The boss fronted S14 takes the win. As he makes it through. Now, effectively speaking, that is the last battle of the top 32, but we have a couple of one more times that we need to revisit. The first of which is Khalid Al-Zayed against Clint Ort. We have Clint again in the chase position. The scores have now been zeroed out. They're going to start again. The judges start a fresh battle. The only time they will consider all of the other runs combined is if we run out of time, essentially, and they have to pick one driver. So here we go. Clint Ort to take chase. Al-Zayed leads them out. Nice and wide on initiation from Al-Zayed. Nice lead line here. Clint is now closer than he was in the last battle, which is good. He's getting a little bit more seat time. Stays close on transition. Transitions right behind Al-Zayed, which is great. Clint Ort now getting closer, getting more aggressive. Gets stuck into that pocket of the E46. Nice and wide out to clipping point 5 for Al-Zayed as he comes across the finish line, but Clint Ort is all over him, doing exactly what he needs to do. Great run there by both drivers as we watch the replay. Good lead line, great chase line. This is now down to Al-Zayed. He's done what he needs to do in terms of the chase or in the lead run. He now needs to replicate what Clint Ort has just done, which is to absolutely be glued to him all the way around the track. The judges are going to be looking for, remember again as before, the 2 lead runs versus the 2 lead runs, of course, and the 2 chase runs as well. They will then compare and contrast, and that is who they determine that will be the winner. So let's get the cars swapped around, and let's see the second half of this battle. You can see the lights having more of an impact now as the sun is rapidly setting. Al-Zayed in the chase position. Clint Ort taking the lead as he enters in very, very strong. Nice and wide from Ort. 2 wheels off here. Watch the rear of his car. He's putting 2 wheels off. Already he's on the deficit. Transitions across. He's wider than Al-Zayed was. Al-Zayed taking out the bumpers, but he is following Clint Ort's line, so it's okay. Clint Ort getting into clip 5, out to 5. His boot falling off again as it was in the first run. I don't think this is going to be enough. This is going to be done as he takes the rear of the car off on the final part of the run. Now, I think it's down to this. Watch what you're looking on the screen. 2 wheels off here for Clint Ort. I think that is going to be the major decision maker here. Strong lead line aside from that. Runs a little bit wide here. Hits the wall. Has to correct. Not good for Clint Ort. I think his mistakes here are going to stack up against him. Al-Zayed, I think, is looking very, very strong here. So as the judges decide here, is it going to be 29, number 29, Khalid Al-Zayed, or number 28, Clint Ort in the S14? Look at the damage on the back of the cars as the drivers have pushed so incredibly hard. Judges running through the decision. Waiting on them to decide what happens. Again, great that I don't have to make a decision, but if I did have to make a decision, I would be leaning in the favor of Khalid Al-Zayed based on the fact that he had strong lead and chase runs and didn't really make any major mistakes. Clint Ort was strong in chase, but did make mistakes in the lead position. He taps the wall, which cast your memory back to his first lead run where he knocks the boot of the car off. Is a different situation because he didn't have to correct his line, whereas when he hit the wall in this run, he made a correction. Let's see what the judges decide. I'd love to be in a fly on the wall right now to hear what they have to say as they deliberate around Clint having a little bit of a party inside the car there by the looks of it, really getting into the music. There's a sound system right to his left, so he's clearly having a great time here. Good to see the international drivers come over here and have a great time. The locals have been very, very, and are incredibly friendly. We've been looked after from head to toe, which is great. As we just spot there in the background, actually, our previous battle that we were missing from earlier on, which was Solomon and Habali in the 350Z. So good to see them back on the line again. Let's see. What are the judges seeing that we didn't see? Probably an awful lot, if you are going to ask me. Again, it's very, very difficult. They have a scoring criteria, not only for every clipping point, but for every part of the entire circuit, from start to the very, very finish. Even down to the extent of having scoring zones within the first scoring zone, and 3 different points as mentioned before. So scoring zone 1, which is the entire first corner pretty much, just before the transition, they have different pickup points where they'll score a driver and will add or subtract points depending on where they are exactly. And we are hearing from the judges, much to my surprise, it's going to be a one more time. I am surprised, but again, all I've got to do here is sit and listen. That is surprising to me, but they're going to go one more time again. Khalid, Zayed, and Clint are going to get some fresh tires, and they're going to go again. Now, back to our battle. Nicholas Solomon to lead against Nasser Al-Habali in the 350Z. Let's see who can take it this time. Again, revisiting a battle that went one more time, our battle number 8. Solomon to take the lead in the E92. Lights go green, off we go. No cones are hit, straight line speed. Solomon takes the lead, initiates wide, but comes in on the circuit, now back out again, and is just on the white line. I would have liked to have seen him in at the very beginning as well, but now catches up again. Oh, as he makes a correction here, loses drift, has to reinitiate again. That's going to be a mark against him, as Al-Habali is absolutely all over. Oh, as there is a straighten from Solomon here, and he straight lines and goes off the track. Oh, what have we got here? There must be some sort of mechanical difficulty or mechanical gremlins here for Solomon, as he obviously loses power. What's the initiation here? Solomon enters just outside of scoring zone 1, but then immediately goes back into it again. Stays wide the entire way around, as Al-Habali does everything he needs to do through that thick smoke, still chases around. He could be closer. He's about a car length away the entire time, but he does what he needs to do. Now watch here. Solomon loses power and goes straight and drives straight off track. Goes into the pits. And we have to assume that there is a major issue with the car here. Now, in the meantime, Al-Habali is lined up, ready to go. He has already used his 5-minute rule, we believe, from the very beginning of the battle. Solomon has still to use his 5-minute rule, so it's up to him now to use that 5-minute rule. Again, remember, you get only one for the entire competition. If either of these two drivers, or whichever one proceeds to top 16, if they have a difficulty with the car or mechanical issue, they will not be able to fix it, unless it's caused because of damage of another driver hitting them. Then they will get what's called a competition timeout, if it's not deemed to be their fault, and they will be permitted to fix the car. But if they have any other mechanical difficulty, if the car doesn't start, if they haven't gone and fixed anything, no matter how big or no matter how small, they will not be allowed. They will forfeit the run and they will be eliminated from competition. So, strong run here, strong chase run from Al-Habali in the 350Z. Again, he was looking very, very strong yesterday. He's now starting to catch back up again. He had a major impact after he initiated yesterday evening and hit the wall very, very hard. Ever since he did that, he's been very cautious on entry, but I think it's been overturned. I think he's now gotten his confidence back, and I think we're about to see it right now. As Habali takes the lead, Solomon is back on the line again, and we're about to get started. Start line marshal is about to check with both drivers if they're ready. And we're off. Lights are green. Habali takes the lead. Let's see if his nerves are gone on that first wall. Feints out, enters in, stays on the inside. Again, already he's now ahead. Oh, 2 wheels off here. Again, there's going to be penalty, but remember, Solomon did not finish his lead run. So all Habali has to do now, as he over-rotates ever so slightly, all he's got to do is finish that run. All you've got to do, Habali, is finish your run. Get over that finish line. He's now beyond where Solomon stopped the run earlier on. He just has to get through. Solomon is pushing hard, and he makes contact. Oh, and takes off the front end of his car as the wheels get entangled. Now, that was all a little bit unnecessary now, wasn't it? Across the finish line, doing everything he can, Solomon, to try and catch up with the points, but I think it's too much and too little, too late. Habali now 2 wheels off there, a little bit ever so slightly, so he's going to be penalised on points, over-rotates here, and does a good job to keep it. At this point here, the run is over, and in my opinion, the battle is now over. Habali has absolutely won this particular run. Watch as they come over the finish line. A little bit unnecessary. There's not a lot you can do in the last 2 meters. Hopefully there's no damage on Habali's car. That would be a shame. Again, he now has time to fix it as he's not in active competition. So he's able to go in and fix it. Does look like there's a bit of damage there in the front line. They're going to bring in and inspect it now. Down to the judges as to who goes through now to the top 16 after their second run in the one more time. Is it going to be Nicholas Solomon in the E92 or Nasser Al-Habali in the Nissan 350 Zayed? Al-Habali has to take it, surely, but it is down to the judges. I just get to sit here and watch as recovery comes out. And the judges have confirmed Nasser Al-Habali takes the win, moves on to the top 16, as he's going to have a very interesting battle with Benedict Serba in the top 16 in the BMW. Now, we have one more battle to finish out here of the top 32. It is Khalid Al-Zayed versus Clint Ort. First of all, we must have a couple of cars recovered from the track here now. Al-Habali able to drive off, that's good. We don't need any recovery, as is Solomon as well, as we have them exiting the track. Great one more time by the two, pushing to the left. I mean, it's what we want to see. We don't want to see too much contact. We want to see a little bit of contact, let's be honest, right? But exactly what you want to see, fighting to the very, very last second of the run. And this track, although it can be deceiving, looks a little bit small, but it's actually not. The width of the track is over 140 meters. And the length is almost 250 meters to 300 meters. It's a very large track. The cars are basically going through a set of tires, and some of them are running out of tires after 2 runs. As the sun is now almost fully set here, the lights are starting to make an impact. as I'm being corrected here in terms of the length of the track. It's 180 meters long. It's a very, very large venue, and all 3 championship events are going to be held here. So round 1, 2, and 3 are going to be here at the circuit with different configuration of tracks for each event. And the tracks have already been determined. The facilities here are, again, I said it before, absolutely incredible. The staff are very, very well informed. Everybody knows exactly what they're here to do. Everybody does it really, really well. It's a joy to be here. What is important for sure is the driving standard is incredibly high. The machinery is, I mean, I've been looking around all the cars all weekend so far, and I've been really impressed. But again, the machines are nothing without, you know, good drivers behind the wheels, and they have been very, very good. As we move into top 16 now, well, shortly, as soon as we have our last battle completed, we are moving into probably the fiercest part of the battle. This is when every driver has had their first win, and they really get their teeth stuck into their next competitor. So this is always my favorite part of a drifting event, is the first battles of the top 16.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia. Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style, and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's fair. That's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat Oman is something special. To be honest, Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل.
And we are back again with the final battle of Top 32. Hopefully, we actually get to conclude it this time. So the third revisit of battle number 10, Khalid Al-Zayed against Clint Ort. Al-Zayed lining up in the BMW E46 against the S14 of Clint Ort. Just having the start line marshals check through the back bumper is already falling off Clint's car. And of course, they can't leave the car start that way, so they have to make sure that the car is in proper order before they send the two of them away. So the marshal's just doing their thing now, making sure that both cars are safe. Tearing off that back bumper, maybe snips would be a better idea, but with the amount of times that Clint has hit that wall, don't tear it too much because you're going to take the entire back end of the car off. Very fragile rear end of oh, okay. And we just tear it off. There we go. Okay, well, that's that problem fixed as Clint Ort's mechanic comes out to fix the rear of the car. Let's see. Fresh cars, fresh tires on the cars as the start line marshal goes to see if both drivers are ready. One driver ready, one driver ready. Lights go green, and here we go. Al-Zayed takes the lead against Clint Ort. As we enter both, Al-Zayed takes that lead line, nice and wide, stays on the white line, doesn't go off track, goes through the end of zone 1, is now running a better line than he was at the beginning of the day, through clip point 2, all the way through 3, inside of clipping point 4 now. Very good job, but also good job from Clint Ort here in chasing. Both drivers doing exactly what they need to do. Coming through zone 5 and over the finish line. Little bit of a straighten from Clint Ort here over that finish line. Now, normally that wouldn't be as critical as we watch the replay, but again, they're going to be looking at everything for the 3 runs here. Nice wide line from Al-Zayed. He's running way more angle now than he was in the beginning of the day. Obviously, his driving is progressing as he's getting in 3 extra runs here. Nice and wide out to clipping point 2. Really good line here through clipping point 3. Nice and deep in clipping point 4. Clint Ort all over Al-Zayed at this point here. Nice and wide as he goes through clipping point 5. Little bit through zone 5 here, comes out of it. But again, watch that straighten by Ort just over the finish line. It's not a lot, but the judges are going to be looking at every single mistake. They swap positions. The start line marshal is about to make sure they're both ready. Ort ready, Al-Zayed ready. Ort to lead, Al-Zayed as they go through. Both set off. Ort enters in by the wall, stays in number 1. Al-Zayed has an issue as Ort is 2 full wheels off, almost 3 wheels off. Looking at 2 different things here as the drivers are coming through the track out to clipping point 2. Both drivers have wheels off, and Ort hits the wall, takes more of the back of the car off. Very, very scrappy by both drivers. Through zone 5, all the way out to the finish. Now, let's watch this replay because there is a lot to digest. First major mistake here is going to be from Al-Zayed. Watch as he straightens. Now, this is going to be a major issue for Al-Zayed. Are the judges going to deem this? He straightens here but reinitiates. We have to make, this is down to the judges. It's up to them what they determine this as. As Ort goes way too deep. This is not Al-Zayed's fault here. He's only following Ort as he's driving through the track. So that's not an issue for Al-Zayed here. He's just following. It comes down to the 2 major mistakes. First for Al-Zayed as he straightens. The second mistake is as Clint Oort goes well over the white line in turn 1. And then the third major mistake is by Oort as he comes into the wall. I mean, I could give you my opinion at this point, but I did last time and it was completely incorrect. I think the judges are going to want a couple of replays here. Let's talk through the mistakes. Oort leading. Zayed chasing. Oort nice and wide. Straighten here from Al Zayed. Reinitiate. At this point now, Oort is now off track with 2 wheels. So he's going to score a big penalty. Al Zayed is now trying to do everything he can to chase. Watch here now. Clint goes too deep. Wheels off. 2 wheels off, 3 wheels off, keeps the 4th on but has to completely stop and reinitiate again. So there's a calamity of mistakes here. It's down to how severe. Remember, the judges will score a 0 for straightening for a long time, but it's down to their opinion. Did Al Zayed straighten for a long time? Was it long enough to determine if that was a 0? If it was, the battle is over. Clint Oort goes through. If it's down to just being determined as a mistake and a big penalty, then that's fine, we carry on. Now, as that mistake by Al Zayed is finished, Clint is now 2 wheels off track. So you could almost say 2 big mistakes from each. Perhaps they're roundabout even at that particular point. Now we come past tipping point 2, and that is where Clint makes a huge mistake. Me? No. Clint? I don't think so. Number 28. Clint Oort. I am surprised, but that being said, we've gone through all the mistakes. Clint Oort takes the win and goes through to the top 16. Al Zayed does a great job, but not enough this time. It must be down to that first straighten of Al Zayed. That must have been enough to get a 0. If that was a 0, the run is over, Clint goes through, and that's exactly what's happened. So that was our top 32 of the evening. We're now going to reset and get ready for the top 16. Join us back in again in a while for the top 16 parade as we get ready for the final showdown of round 1 here in Muscat. I'm just looking at the schedule here again, and we are coming up to 6 o'clock. We are right on schedule. 10 past 6 is when we were scheduled to finish.
I'm Ali Shahani and I'm representing Kuwait.
This is Ahmad Daham from Jordan.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bagsy from the United Kingdom.
Я из Украины, меня зовут Сергей Kremetz.
Hi guys, I'm Nicholas Solomon from the USA. We're here in Oman at OIDC 2022. We have a lot of international drivers this year. The competition level is crazy.
Sebastian Fontaine, Martin Richards, Bagsy.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia. Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's fair. That's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat Oman is something special, to be honest. Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 من يناير 2022. كونوا على استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اليوم الجمعة، اليوم ختام الجولة الأولى ببطولة عمان الدولية للإنجراف. أمس الخميس كنا شاهدنا طبعا التصفيات والتي تأهل منها 32 متسابق إلى اليوم الختامي، وبالتالي راح تشهد هذه الحلبة تحدي كبير في التوين دريبس بين أفضل 32 متسابق تأهلوا لهذه النهائيات. ولأن الحدث كبير فإن الجمعية العمانية للسيارات قد استعدت جيدا لهذا الحدث لاستقبال الجماهير العاشقة لرياضة المحركات، وخصصت مدرجات خاصة للعائلات للاستمتاع بهذا الحدث. مثل ما شاهدنا أن تصميم الحلبة هالمرة يختلف عن الثلاث نسخ الماضية، تصميم جميل جدا يعطي الحرية للمناورة أكثر للمتسابق. صحيح أن عدد الكليبات بوينت أقل، ولكن اللونج دريف فيه أكبر بكثير، وبالتالي يشكل تحدي أكبر للمتسابقين في هذه الجولة. لذلك فإن فريق عمان الطبي لرياضة المحركات يحرص تماما على تلقي جميع المتسابقين للجرعات اللازمة، بالإضافة إلى فحص البلمرة، وكذلك الحال ينطبق على الجماهير الحاضرة في الحلبة. ولأن حجم العمل كبير فإن فريق العمل بالجمعية العمانية للسيارات قد استعد منذ أيام طويلة، وقد ربط الليل بالنهار مشكلا خلية نحل لإظهار هذا الحدث بالشكل الذي يليق به. بصراحة عدد المشاركين ونوعية المشاركين من 17 دولة يعطي انطباع بأن البطولة راح تكون في أوج عطائها، وفي حال حدوث أي حادث لا قدر الله فإن فريق الدعم الفني وفريق عمان ماشس جاهزون تماما للتعامل مع الحادث في أقرب وأسرع وقت ممكن. إلى كل عشاق ومحبي رياضة المحركات، أتمنى أن تستمتعوا بالبطولة مع أصدقائكم وعائلاتكم، وأتمنى أن تحافظوا على التباعد الجسدي، ولا تنسوا ارتداء الكمامات طوال تواجدكم في حلبة مسقط أرينا بالجمعية العمانية للسيارات.
I'm Ali Shahani and I'm representing Kuwait.
This is Ahmad Daham from Jordan.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bagsy from the United Kingdom. Я из Украины, меня зовут Сергей Kremetz.
Hi guys, I'm Nicholas Solomon from the USA. We're here in Oman at OIDC 2022.
We have a lot of international drivers this year. The competition level is crazy.
Sebastian Fontaine, Martin Richards, Bagsy.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia.
Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style, and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's fair. That's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat Oman is something special, to be honest. Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة، وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 من يناير 2022. كونوا على استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي.
I'm Ali Shahani and I'm representing Kuwait.
This is Ahmad Daham from Jordan.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bagsy from the United Kingdom. Я из Украины, меня зовут Kremetz.
Hi guys, I'm Nicholas Solomon from the USA. We're here in Oman at OIDC 2022.
We have a lot of international drivers this year. The competition level is crazy.
Sebastian Fontaine, Martin Richards, Bagsy.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia.
Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat, Oman is something special. To be honest, Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 من يناير 2022. كونوا على استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي.
I'm Ali Maxi and I'm representing Kuwait.
This is Ahmad Daham from Jordan.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bagsy from the United Kingdom. Я из Украины, меня зовут Сергей Кремец.
Hi guys, I'm Nicholas Solomon from the USA. We're here in Oman at OIDC 2022.
We have a lot of international drivers this year. The competition level is crazy.
Sebastian Fontaine, Martin Richards, Bagsy.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia.
Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's fair. That's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat Oman is something special. To be honest, Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 من يناير 2022. كونوا على استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي.
Задумка следующая, что здесь есть площадка, большая площадка, и эта самая площадка...
And welcome back, everyone. My name is Pete Nielsen. I have traveled all the way here from the UK, well, technically from Ireland via the UK, well, technically from Denmark via Ireland via the UK, to Muscat in Oman. And oh man, am I excited for this top 16. We are just getting the drivers out for the parade lap here in this beautiful venue in Muscat. And leading the way, hanging out the window of the car, is Ali Maxi, followed by Ahmad Daham in the S14. The machinery and the lineup here is quite impressive, and it has absolutely been a very interesting top 32. The battles have been, I think, fairly consistent. There's been a couple of jitters and maybe a couple of small mistakes, but I think that it could be down to, round one, small teething problems, drivers getting used to their cars, probably having had a lot of changes over the winter time, and now getting absolutely well used to their vehicles. We've seen a lot of drivers improved significantly since the beginning of this competition, even just to the battles in the top 32. So, having seen all the drivers progress now, as I was saying earlier on, is probably my favorite part of an event, which is just after the top 16 parade is complete and the drivers begin the top 16 battles. The drivers that I'm looking out for this weekend, for sure, from a local standpoint, Daham is looking very, very strong. Ali Maxi is also looking really, really well. I like the two Shahani brothers, Ali Al Shahani and Tariq Al Shahani. They're doing both very, very well. One in an S15 and one in a 180 SX. Very well prepared cars. And obviously gathering a lot of data between the two cars. They've looked very strong all weekend. From the UK side and from the international side, we saw Clint scraping through to the top 16. I spoke with the judges afterwards because I had a couple of questions, right? As there we go, now you see us trying to finish an engine before the top 16. I had some questions, and the answers from the judges was they were. It was so close. So close, in fact, that they were almost close to sending them all one more time. So it was down to very, very small, fine details, but they felt overall throughout, because of how aggressive Clint Ort was chasing, that they deemed it to be him as the winner. Now, from the international side, we've got a strong lineup. Clint Ort, as mentioned, but also what I'm looking forward to seeing is Bagsy, Steve Bagsy, and Martin Richards. Now, really good for us because we get to see probably an early final, but bad for the two of them, or one of them, I should say, because they're meeting as the first battle in the top 16 is Martin Richards against Bagsy. So that's going to be an interesting one. So to go through the battles that we've got available to us in the top 16. So battle number 17 and the first one in the top 16 is Martin Richards versus Bagsy. Then we have Hadidi versus Kremetz. We have Maxi versus Shabab. We have Shabab versus Habali. Then we have in battle number 21 on the other bracket of the top 16, we've got Daham versus Clint Ort. Rarosky against the first of the brothers, Ali Shahani. Then we have Amiri versus Balushi. We have the second of the brothers of the Shahani brothers, the Tariq Shahani versus Hazza Hassani. Oh. As we have a rather large burnout there by Martin Richards. Bagsy taking some time to demonstrate his ability to go sideways. But really the hype, having spoken to most of the drivers over the course of the last few days, a lot of hype around the event, a lot of hype around the venue. The drivers have really brought their A game here to round one of the Oman International Drift Championship. As the drivers all get parked, jump out, we see there on the starting grid, unfortunately unable to participate, but we had Sebastian Fontaine, who's done incredibly well here in the past, however unfortunately had mechanical issues from having seen some images earlier on. I think prop shaft went through the tunnel almost. Very lucky not to get hurt during that little incident. As we have the national anthem. Again, drivers getting prepped, drivers getting ready. This is very, very much an international competition. I think there is something in the region of, I think we have 6 or 7 nationalities here. We have representation from Netherlands, from Lithuania, from Jordan, from Kuwait, of course, locally from Oman, from Ukraine, from the US, El Salvador, UK, Pakistan, Malaysia, and UAE, as well as Syria and Lebanon. This is very much international. As the announcer goes through all of the drivers individually, everybody getting ready for their battles now. We're starting to get drivers back into their vehicles, and let's go through the proceedings that are about to take place. So, the top 16 battle format works in the exact same way as the top 32. We have 16 drivers. We have 2 brackets, one left, one right. Of course, the winners from the battles earlier on face each other. We have 8 battles to have in the top 16, and then we immediately move on to the top 8, the top 4, and of course the finals. The criteria remains the same. The judges want to see very specific elements from each driver. The higher qualifier of the 2 in each battle will start by leading. The leader always starts on the left-hand side of the track. And as a lead driver, the judges want to see a 100% qualifying run. And what is a 100% qualifying run? Well, they want the drivers to go straight down the straight, initiate up against the wall. The first entire corner is an outer zone, zone 1. The judges want, effectively, for 100 points, they want to have their back wheels on the white line, not over and not before it, but exactly on it, the entire way around. As you come to the end of the first scoring zone, you transition away, mid-track into clipping point 2. This is an outer clipping point. That then leads you into an outer clipping point 3, which is by the wall, the second wall. The fourth clipping point is an inner. So as they transition off the wall, they go to the inside of the track, stay mid-track as they transition to the starting point of the last scoring zone, which is scoring zone 5, which effectively speaking is the entire right-hand bend at the very end that takes you over the finish line. Now, the 2 big scoring zones, the judges are scoring specifically the entire bend, of course, but very specifically they have checkpoints within it. 3 checkpoints, one at the beginning, one in the middle, and one at the end, both for zone 1 and for zone 5. Over the finish line, and then they're done. Of course, the drivers rotate, and here we go again. So, that's what we have. In terms of the judging criteria, the chase position, of course, they want to see the driver in the chase position follow as closely as they can. Mirror exactly what the lead driver is doing. Wheels off mean deduction of points, but equally so, if you're not close as a chase driver, then you also get a deduction of points. As a chase driver, you are technically allowed to do whatever the lead driver does without being penalized. So if the lead driver goes off track, the chase driver can follow along. If they put a wheel off, or 2 wheels off, or 3 wheels off, if they're close enough to the lead driver, it doesn't effectively matter according to the judging criteria. Proximity is very much key in this particular circuit. Because it's relatively straightforward, proximity is key. So in other words, be as close as you possibly can and you'll get some good points. Now the judges will look at both runs, the 2 lead runs, the 2 chase runs, and they will compare and contrast the 3 of them talking together, and there's representation here locally from Europe, Netherlands, and from Ireland in Kieran Hines. They will then compare the 2 runs and ultimately give a winner. If it's too close to call, as we've seen a couple of times in the top 32, it's going to go one more time. The championship here typically goes 3 one more, maximum of 2 additional one more times. So 3 competitive lead and chase runs combined. If at that point they still don't have a clear winner, they will then look at all of the 3 runs and evaluate them as combined. So who was the best at leading, who was the best at chasing overall. Then they will determine who's the winner, and the majority wins. 2 out of 3 judges vote for one person, and the person goes through. I want to talk about the cars. I have mentioned this before of how much I really enjoy the cars that are here. I do have a couple of favorites though. And actually all of them were Japanese up until one of them got knocked out, which was Nicholas Solomon's E92, which I really enjoyed. I went over to see that earlier on in the pits and it was just spectacular. In terms of the cars, absolutely always one of my favorite vehicles that Bagsy has is the PS13. Massive fan of the PS13. The R32, of course, of Martin Richards. Absolutely beautiful vehicle on work wheels, looks incredible. The Driftworks sponsored vehicle. What else? I like the Shahani brothers cars, the S13, 180SX and the S15.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية. في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 من يناير 2022. كونوا على استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. بعد النجاح الكبير الذي تحقق نهاية العام 2021 الجمعية العمانية للسيارات تعود إليكم من جديد في أولى جولات بطولة الشرق الأوسط للراليات رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة في أصعب الراليات على مستوى المنطقة من حيث التضاريس وتنوعها. وللمرة 26 تستضيف سلطنة عمان بطولة الشرق الأوسط للراليات على أراضيها، والتي كانت تقام في محافظة مسقط. ولكن النسخة الماضية استطاعت ولاية نخل أن تكون مستعدة لاستضافة اليوم الأخير من الرالي، لتحتضن 3 مراحل من الرالي الدولي في كل من الأبيض وقلقل والحسنات. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية، نجاح كبير تحقق بتكاتف الجميع. رياضة السيارات واحدة من أهم الرياضات وأكثرها قوة ومتعة وإثارة. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 من يناير 2022. تاريخ عريق لرياضة الراليات في سلطنة عمان منذ السبعينيات، ترجم إشادة كبيرة وسمعة على المستوى الدولي. كونوا على استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. ويستمر العطاء.
And welcome back to the top 16 again. We are about to get our first battle underway. As mentioned before, I'm buzzing for this one. Martin Richards in the Driftworks R32 against Steve Bagsy in the Monster PS13. This is going to be immense. Both drivers have done really well, obviously, in practice earlier on today. They both had good qualifying runs, although Martin qualified number 1 and Bagsy qualified, I think, in 16th position. But with a very good run in his first run. Had a spin in his second run, but his first one was a good run nonetheless. The scoring over here for all the drivers has consistently remained very, very high. In the top, there was only 0.3 difference between first and second, and only 3 points between first and fifth as well in the end. So very, very close scoring. The standard has absolutely risen for sure. In the top 5, in fact, if I go further down, in the top 6, it's split 50-50 between local drivers and international drivers. So this really demonstrates that the skill levels have risen significantly in the last couple of years. So the investment in terms of the facilities, the venue, has absolutely paid off. Here at the event, we have an absolutely jam-packed grandstands the entire way around the circuit. The only break in grandstands is where the pit area is. The rest of the track is physically lined in grandstands, and every seat is taken. Of course, there is there are safety precautions put in place in terms of COVID measurements and so on to make sure that people are sitting as distant as possible. As we can see on picture there is absolutely separation between people, but very, very impressed by the event and the venue here. So we're about to get the 2 cars out shortly, and we are then ready to kick off. The schedule as we have for the remaining part of the evening, we begin the top 16 battles at 7 p.m. local time, which is basically in 4 minutes' time. And the top 16 then continues on until we are finished. There are no more breaks. We are going to continuously battle until a winner of the event is found. So join us back in 3 minutes' time, or hopefully sooner, as we get the 2 cars on track. So time is ticking down until we commence the top 16. One of the drivers, of course, that is, I believe this is his first year missing the event, certainly in the last 3 or 4 years, is James Dean. And I believe taking the championship for the last 3 years running as well, I believe. Certainly having a very, very good run. Getting a lot of pressure the last couple of years from a lot of drivers. Fontaine specifically, obviously, who unfortunately was not able to make competition today, although is here. But sorely missed over here. Now, Martin Richards in the Driftworks R32 is on the line. I absolutely love this car. Very, very cool R32 Skyline. Bagsy is making his way to the start line. And here he is. PS13 against R32. Richards will set to lead. Bagsy will chase. We switch them around. And then we have a winner announced. So, Start Marshal is about to check if the drivers are ready, and then we're going to send them off. As you can see, he's got a jacket on now. The sun is now well and truly gone. There is a relatively high wind here still, so it's a bit cold. And I've only packed shorts and t-shirts, so I'm going to stay inside here as long as I can, but let us get the first run underway. So this is technically battle number 17, but the first battle in the top 16. Martin Richards qualifying first, and actually interesting to see on both cars Goodwood Festival speed stickers. As the start marshal checks with both drivers, they're both ready. Lights are green. Martin Richards leads Bagsy as they go in towards the first corner. Richards initiates up against the wall, stays inside. Oh, 2 wheels off as he goes over the track and outside of the perimeters of the track. Bagsy is inches away from Richards as he falls a little bit behind now. A little bit scrappy by the 2 drivers. Bagsy falls behind a small bit. Richards is a little bit offline here, a little bit scrappy as he comes out towards zone 5. The final right-hand corner. And wow, we have a lot to talk about. Let's watch the replay. Not good for either driver. Richards initiates, has a little wobble on initiation, immediately goes 2 wheels off, almost 3, comes back on circuit. Bagsy does as much as he can to stay close, washes off a little bit wide here. Now, is that Richards' fault or is that Bagsy's fault? Again, Bagsy follows him deep in here. Richard goes too deep in, too soon, has to reinitiate and certainly has another wobble. Coming out to clipping point 5 here in zone 5, that seems steady for both drivers. Bagsy loses a little bit more proximity. Now, who are the judges going to lay the blame on? The lead car or the chase car? The lead line is not a very chaseable lead line, so advantage here could be to Bagsy. Marshall checks with the two drivers. Bagsy ready, Richards ready. Lights go from red to green. Richards sets off early. Bagsy now leads the two of them into the first bend. Nice weight transfer. Bagsy is on the wall. There is contact between the two drivers and Richards straightens up. They're both off track. Bagsy keeps on going. They're wheel to wheel. A heavy contact there as Richards has now stopped. Martin Richards has stopped on track. Bagsy keeps on going. Car seems okay. The wheels and suspension seems to be in okay condition as he continues to finish the run. As lead car driver, he needs to finish that run. As he comes across the finish line, let us get a replay. Right, Bagsy sends it off. His entry is exactly as it should be, up against the wall and contact straight away. So now it is down, as we can see parts flying off here, as Richards obviously has damaged something on his car, therefore he has to come to a stop. It's up to the judges now. Was there deceleration from Bagsy after initiation? They're both entering in the same speed. If there is impact there, is it because Bagsy slowed down? So let's see if we can see, or if the judges want to see another replay.
Was there?
Yeah.
Maxi wasn't on throttle.
He wasn't on throttle, right? So I'm deliberating here, as obviously as we can see some heavy suspension damage here on Bagsy's front right. Yeah, it's down to whether there's. I mean, I don't know. If they entered at the same speed.
Yeah, let judges do their work.
Yeah, let's watch that replay again. Now, watch as we did earlier on for the smoke. Yeah, see, there's smoke afterwards. Is there smoke before? As the judges want to see that replay again. So they're coming in here at the same speed. Martin Richards is essentially just sliding towards Bagsy. Now it's down to whether the judges determine whether whose fault it is. Now, there is no telemetry in any of these cars. So the judges can't see if anybody decelerated or sped up or slowed down. So that's why we're going to see a couple of replays here. Again, they enter in, and so technically speaking, when we look at it from a track perspective, there is only one deceleration zone, which is at clipping point 2 in towards the second wall. That being said, as people initiate, it should be initiation to full throttle. And the chase driver, of course, is going to expect the lead driver to be on full throttle. So it's down to what the judges determine who's at fault. If Martin Richard wins or goes through and takes this particular one, are we going to get a different angle here? We're going to get a different angle. So Martin Richards jumps to start. He's entitled to do that as a chase driver. Same speed. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Now, the other thing to look at is Bagsy stays online. It's not like Bagsy is inside to the infield of the track. He is perfectly on the qualifying line. But there is critically no smoke coming from the tires, and that is obviously equal to not being rotating fast enough and therefore maybe slowing down. It does look like there's a little bit of deceleration there. Obviously, as you come off the initiation, if you use your handbrake and then let the car slide for a moment to see where it's going to ultimately land before then accelerating and committing to the corner. But that being said, is the chase driver going too hard? Would he have, if Bagsy was not there, would he have made it around the bend? Would Martin Richards have gone off? Oh yeah. This is an interesting one. So there is a decision in. Bagsy takes the win. The cause of the impact must have been down to Martin Richards not braking enough. Bagsy was on the correct line, did stay within the parameters, and is through to the top 8. So we are about to see now battle number 18, the second one in the top 16. And the two drivers lined up. We have Haitham Al-Hadidi against Serhi Kremetz. Of course, we have Kremetz in the Alteza. And we have Al-Hadidi in the 350Z. Now, Al-Hadidi yesterday had a heavy impact with the wall just after clipping point 2. They fixed the car, he got back out again. Initially, he was a little bit shook. You could see it a couple of runs afterwards, but has come back incredibly strong thereafter. Now is a real candidate. His first run in the top 6, or in the top 32 rather, he had a great battle, and deservingly so won as well. This is going to be an interesting one. There's a decent power deficit here. 2 different chassis, 2 very different driving styles, and we go from red to green. We have Hadidi leading, Kremetz in chase. Hadidi, nice line, nice entry. Is he outside? He is not. He is perfectly on that outside parameter. Stays exactly where he needs to do. Transitions back towards clipping point 2. Kremetz on his door. As Hadidi goes through clipping point 3, Kremetz now falling back ever so slightly as they go through their own smoke out to clipping point 5 and scoring zone 5. Kremetz is very much on the inside of the track there, but he is chasing. Hadidi does a good job across the finish line. Very, very strong lead run here. But let's watch that replay. As we send them off here, lead and chase. Watch the entry from Hadidi, nice and wall. Could have been further out towards the wall, but is within that scoring zone and sits, absolutely lives on that outside line. Could have been a little bit further out, but watch the exit here, right on that outside line. Nice transition mid-track in towards clipping point 2. Nice snappy transition, maybe catching Kremetz off guard a little bit there as he falls back ever so slightly after that point. Transitioning through their own smoke out to zone 5. Watch Kremetz here, very much on the inside of the track. Now we swap them around, of course. Kremetz leads, Hadidi goes in the chase position, and again the judges are looking for the combination of the 2 runs from each driver, their lead and their chase. Who did best in either? As we send them off, Kremetz to lead, nice initiation in against the wall. Hadidi is a little bit further back. Kremetz started not as wide as Hadidi did in the other run, but is now staying out on that outside line, transitioning back. Hadidi almost making contact as there is an over-rotation by Kremetz, and he spins out. Absolutely self-inflicted mistake. He must be kicking himself. Hadidi finishes off the run, even though he doesn't have to, sends it home, makes sure that everything is as it should be, and across the line. Nice early start there for Hadidi, putting a lot of pressure on Kremetz. Obviously his initiation is very far over, therefore that sends him to the inside part of the track. Stays nice and close, falls away here a small bit, which turns out to be a good thing for him. Over rotation, completely unaffected by the chase driver, very much self-inflicted. This should be a very easy, clear-cut win. And it is confirmed. Haitham Al-Hadidi wins the Second battle in the top 16, our battle number 18 of the entire event. And he will face off against Bagsy in the top 8. Great 8. Absolutely down to that self-inflicted mistake by Kremetz. Spinning out by clipping point 2 in his lead run. And it is a clear-cut win. Now, on the line, Ali Maxi in the lead position. Shabab in the chase position. GT86 versus Corvette. Both very, very, very non-standard vehicles. And incredibly prepared. Probably visually two of my favorite cars here. Driving styles are very aggressive, but very tactive as well here from the two drivers. I expect to see a clean and a great run here by the two of them. Ali Maxi to start. Shihab starts a little bit early, as he is entitled to do. Maxi takes a nice and fast entry here, stays out. Needs to come a little bit further out, and he does so. Lives on that white line for the last half of that outer zone 1. Transitions across into clipping point 2. Shihab needs to come closer now, as he's a little bit far away. As they transition back again inside clipping point 4, going through their own smoke out to clipping point 5. Shihab is very much on the inside of the track. He needs to come out to Maxi, as he now slowly does so. And Maxi in the GT86 puts in a solid lead run. There was a couple of mistakes. Let's pick apart some of that part of the run. Initially here, zone 1 needs to be further out. Halfway around, he absolutely does that. Now, we need to bear this run in mind as we swap them around, and Shihab has to complete the same. There is one mistake here, though, consistently throughout the run from a chase positions perspective, so Shihab is not close enough. Really, at any point bar initiation, there is a consistent gap between the two cars of at least a car length. This is probably the closest they got since the beginning of the run. So it needs to be a lot closer. If Ali Maxi can pull across a very close proximity, almost regardless as to what Shihab does, he's going to take that win. So knowing that, he needs to be more aggressive than he was in his first battle. Shihab, nice weight transfer, rubs the wall on initiation. Absolutely on that line, ever so slightly off, but I think he's not going to get too penalized for that because it's very chaseable. Lovely transition back, 2 wheels off here. Maxi stays against him, very, very close proximity. Through the smoke they go. They emerge from the other side, nice and wide. Again, 1 wheel off there, maybe by Shihab, but the proximity is closer by Ali Maxi. This is going to be interesting. Let's look at the replay. So, Shihab, watch his initiation here. Right up against the wall. He is to the outside of that line the entire time. Ever so slightly off, but I don't think the judges are going to penalize him too much. Comes away from it a little bit, transitions early. Nice transition back. Dips a wheel, but does not knock any of the cones over. Could have been a little bit deeper in clipping point 3 there by the wall. Nice wide line out here to scoring zone 5. But remember, Shihab in the first run and his chase position was on the inside of the track there. I think this one could lead a little bit towards Ali Maxi. I think between the two. And it is confirmed. The winner is Ali Maxi. As we thought, Ali Maxi taking that overall win as he progresses into the top 8. Now, moving on to our 4th battle in the top 16, battle number 20 of the event, we have Benedict Sheba against Nasser al-Habali. One of the best entries by Habali we've seen all weekend. Very aggressive on the entry, as we spoke about earlier on. Had an accident last night there, but is coming back strong now. Sheba to lead. and Habali to chase. Very, very close. Lacking a little bit of angle, both drivers. As Habali now tries to gain back proximity as they go through the first half of the course. Out to clipping point 3. Habali goes a little bit too deep there, overcommits. As Sheba still stays on power, on throttle, all the way out to scoring zone 5. Takes out some cones, dips a wheel off the track. Is going to get penalised ever so slightly for that as they come across the finish line. Let's watch a replay of that one. Let's pick apart the runs. Let's go through some of the issues here. So, good initiation by Sheba, but a long drag of the handbrake, and that could have slowed him down a little bit, upsetting the line by Habali. Al-Habali trying as best as he possibly can, but he loses a lot of proximity there. The drivers will be deducted points if, on the entry, they hold the handbrake too long to gain access, to gain angle, but ultimately slowing them down. So there is a lot of mistakes here from Sheba. Let's see how much the judges pay attention to those elements, and let's see how much they emphasize those elements. So let's get the drivers swapped around. Sheba to chase. Al-Habali to lead. And again, let's look at how aggressive he's going to be on that entry. Had a bad crash here last night. Took a very hard impact into the wall after the initiation. He's gained his confidence back again. Let's see how aggressive he is. Sheba chasing. Al-Habali leading. Up against the wall. Nice aggressive entry. Look at him on that line. Stays on that line the entire way around. Absolutely point perfect. Al-Habali now transitions across. Great lead line. Stays on track. Sheba is nice and close. But remember, it's easy to chase if that line is perfect. Transition across Al-Habali now, nice and wide out to the outside line. Sheba there the entire time. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. On the face of it, as we watch the replay, on the face of it, Sheba does a great job, better job arguably than in the chase position from Habali before. But remember, it's easy to chase a perfect run. And Al-Habali here has really put down a really, really good technical run. And it's important to remember that part. Let's see if the judges have a decision. What number? 3-8. And perhaps they're going against what I'm saying, everything I'm saying tonight. The winner is Benedict Sheba in number 38. As Nasser Al-Habali gets knocked out of competition. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I'm a little bit surprised. Is my Russian counterpart here, or not technically Russian, right? But a little bit surprised, or are you? About last decision?
Yes, it could be one more time.
Yeah.
Or 350Z.
Yeah, I agree. There we go. I'm glad I'm not a judge. Yeah. There we go. Commentators agree. It should have been the other way around, but it's not our decision, and we move on to the fifth battle of the top 16 and battle number 21. We have Ahmad Daham against Clint Ort. Clint Ort in now the very battered and bruised S14 versus Daham in the other S14, an all-out S14A battle. Let's see who takes the win. Daham has been very strong from the outset, the entire weekend. This is going to be one that Clint really, really has to be on the front foot of here. Now, start line Marshall getting ready to send off the drivers. Daham is going to be in the lead position. Clint Ort is going to be in the chase position as they start. Clint has obviously had 3 runs in top 32 as the start marshal sends them off. Daham ready, Ort ready. Ort jumps that line as he's entitled to as a chase driver. Full throttle from both cars. Daham already pulling out a small gap. Nice up against the wall, scrapes that wall and lives on that white line. A little bit over, pulls it back now. Ooh, handbrake correction from Daham there. As we go through the transition out to clipping point 2. up against the wall. Clint pulling a nice line there to get back into proximity, but there is a bit of a gap as they go through their own smoke, out to clipping point 5. Now, nice and wide, Clint taking that inside line to try and gain some proximity. You can see the back of his car completely missing now after the top 32 battles. Let's review it. Let's pick apart that run on the replay. Daham entering nice and wide, scrapes the wall, sits on that line, dips a wheel, but then gets it back in again. Watch for the handbrake here. Gets back on line again, but that is a correction. The judges are going to be watching that, and they won't like that part. That is meant to be a full throttle zone. Now, Clint then correcting his line to try and gain some proximity. He stays about a car length away from Daham as they go to the outside here. Watch Clint going into the infield. Stays inside there to try and gain some proximity. We swap the drivers. Let's see again. Remember the lead run from last. Remember the chase run from last. Let's see if Clint can do a better job in the lead. Let's see if Daham can do a better job in the chase. Daham is a very strong chase driver, so this should be interesting. Daham and Clint starts at the same time. Lights are green. Off they go. Ort comes up, initiates, up against the wall. Scrapes that wall, stays inside. A little bit of straightening there from Daham, not as wide of an angle. Ort goes off track a small bit as they now come in towards the infield. Transition across the clipping point 2. Nice angle from Ort. Nice angle from Ort as Daham now gets closer in proximity. Very nice clip 3, nice and wide, and swings out to zone 5. Daham is wide critically. Remember, Ort was in the infield last time around. Very wide. This is going to be interesting. Let's watch a replay and pick apart this run. So, full throttle entry from both drivers, up against the wall. Ort stays inside that scoring zone 1, but critically, Daham is very, very straight during that first part. Proximity, I think, overall is better from Daham, but it's down to the mistakes. Clint had a couple of mistakes for the first half of the course, as did Daham as he was chasing. It's down to whichever one the judges determine are the bigger mistakes. This is where I'd love to be able to hear from them. Let's see if the judges have a decision. And the judges have a decision, and it is one more time. Clint Ort must be running out of tires at this point. His second battle in the competition, and already he's done 5 runs. So the drivers are going to go and change their tires, get some fuel, get ready for one more time. Now, in the meantime, moving on to battle number 6 of the top 16 and the 22nd battle of this event. We have got Rarosky leading as he qualified higher than Shahani in the S15. That's right, leading off. Rarosky now leading off. Nice and wide, stays in. Shahani now is trying to gain proximity but is way behind. He's been left behind. Oh, cutting the circuit here is Rarosky as he comes out towards the wall. Big mistake there, the first part of the run. Offline here, comes out to clipping point 5, a little bit off angle as well as he now finishes off strong. Let's watch that replay. A lot of big mistakes there. First of all, let's focus on Shahani's entry here into the chase position. He's very far away and on the infield. Rarosky is out as he should be, but now comes off too early. Comes out of clipping point or clipping zone 1 way too early. Dips 1, 2, almost 3 wheels off in a place that he should not be. Now he gets back on line again. His line through 3 is slightly incorrect. Look at how close to the inside line he is here. Little bit too close. He has to compromise his transition back out to scoring zone 5. And now he finishes strong. But big mistakes there. That's an interesting one. Rarosky now swaps around. And we take the lead from Ali Shahani. Takes the lead in that beautiful S15, missing a front bumper. I don't think it came with a back bumper, but certainly missing the front bumper. bash bar in the front with heavy construction, and I love a bit of tire writing. I've got to be honest, I love a bit of tire writing. Let's see who takes the lead and who takes the win here. Shahani to lead that run. A lot of mistakes in the first run by both drivers, but probably Rarosky making the bigger of the two mistakes from the drivers. We go green. Shahani now leads off. Let's see. Initiation in. Little bit slow on the initiation. Does not get out to the outside of zone 1. Still struggling to get in there from Ali Shahani. He needs to get further out. Also mistake here. Also on the inside as Rarosky is now pushed to the outside of the circuit. Now, through their own smoke they come. We'll revisit it during the replay in a second. Ali Shahani is definitely struggling to get to the outside of that circuit. Either he's tried to grip the car up a little bit too much, but he's struggling big time. Let's watch the replay. Now, what we want to see is Rarosky being pushed to the outside of the track by the lead driver? That is what is important here. Ali Shahani is struggling to get to the outer zone of zone 1, dips 1, almost 2 wheels here. And lost in the smoke is Rarosky there. Now, is it because of the lead line that is incorrect, or does he just get lost in the smoke? That is going to be down, thankfully, not for me to determine, but for the judges. Now, what are we going to see? Is it going to be Shahani? Is it going to be Rarosky? Is it going to be a one more time? We've had a dozen one more times so far this evening. We could see more. In fact, I'm sure we haven't seen the last one yet, given how close the competition is. A couple of mistakes from each driver there. As Rarosky gets out of the car, beautifully prepared GT86, really nice car, and the S15 of Ali Shahani. Let's see, what do the judges determine? This is going to be a very difficult one to decide. And the winner is Rarosky. Takes the win. Takes that win. The judges must have determined that the cars going off track will have been because of the lead driver. So, the first of the Shahani brothers is knocked out as Rarosky moves on to the top 8. Now, on the line, two almost identical 180 SX S13s, definitely not with the original SR20s, very much V8 powered. We have Ahmed Al-Amri versus Ali Balushi. Al-Amri should be leading us off, and confirmed he is. Al-Amri is leading us off. Al-Balushi is in the chase position. Al-Amri leads. Al-Balushi in chase. Al-Amri nice and wide on initiation. Stays absolutely as before on that outside line. Absolutely incredible. Transitions across. Al-Balushi is getting a little bit lost here. Losing angle. Al-Amri is on fire here as he transitions across through their own smoke out to clipping point 5 and zone 5. Halfway through the bend, still on the outside line, over the finish line, absolutely perfect. I'm telling you, Al-Amri is one to watch. Ahmed Al-Amri in the 180SX. Let's watch that replay. He could be a little bit closer to the wall, but watch him. Comes outside into scoring zone 1, stays on that outside line, absolutely fires himself in towards the transition here and outside again. It's not a pinpoint perfect run, but in terms of battles, as a lead driver, it's a very smart run. He is pulling off the outside line a little bit where he needs to gain wheel speed, and is therefore gaining that gap between the two cars. So Balushi has a little bit of making up here to do. He is up against the wall. Amiri with a very good lead line, and there definitely being a gap between the two cars and some straightening and mistakes by Balushi. He needs to be on form here. Two cars leave the line at the same time. Balushi leading, Amiri chasing. Nice and wide from Balushi, leaving the outside of the track a little bit there. Now coming back in again to zone 1. Transitions across, nice and deep as well. A lot of angle as he almost over-rotates. Balushi is still in lead, still in control as they go through their own smoke. Out to zone 5. Could be a little bit deeper there. Look at Amiri. Look at how close he is throughout the entire run and across the finish line. That is absolutely incredible. Let's watch that replay. Almost over-rotating there by Balushi. But then getting back into the motion again. Watch that transition again. Almost over-rotates. And it is confirmed. The winner and going through to top 8 is Ahmed Amiri. Absolutely on fire. He is going to be one to watch. Absolutely incredible run there. He's going to be one to watch. Balushi, I really enjoyed watching him all weekend. He's done a great job from start to finish. Now, let us get the other brother of the Shahanis, Tariq Al Shahani, in the 180SX S13 against Hazza Al Hossani in the S14 with the Boss front end, complete carbon Kevlar vehicle. Look at how mean the front end is. I am not normally a fan of these conversions, but I really, really like this one. For some reason, just the way it's done, the angle of the front is so aggressive. Two cars are lined up. Rocket Bunny S13 180SX, arguably the best shape and best looking car in the world, not that I'm biased. Now, two drivers on the line. Start marshal, waiting to send the two. Al Shahani is going to lead us, and Al Hossani is going to chase. Here we go. Al Shahani is leading in, scrapes that wall, takes off a cookie light. That's going to hurt my feelings as he stays out wide. Al Hossani is off track a little bit, but gets back on circuit again. Little bit tight on transition there. Would have liked to see that a little bit deeper, but now back on line through clip point 3 to the infield for clipping point 4. Just about gets it. A little bit late on transition to zone 5, but is now back on line again. Slightly scrappy by both drivers, have to say. Let's watch that replay. Al Shahani now on entry. He is running some very expensive rear lights, and he just breaks one of them right there. As he goes through. Watch Al Hossani as he is off track there, going to get penalised for that for sure. Transition here is a little bit shallow, and then he comes across with a lot of angle of clipping point 3, and therefore compromises his line ever so slightly out to 4. Scoring, or zone 5 is then, again, I think the angle is a little bit compromised based on his exit from 3. Let's swap the drivers around. Al Hossani to lead Al Shahani. Oh, it pains me to see those rear lights in absolute bits. Both sides now he's destroyed. That's a nice set of cookie rear lights there, destroyed on both sides. I might go over and ask him afterwards if he will donate them to my fund. Let us see. Al Hossani to lead. Al Shahani to chase. S14 versus S13. Al Hassani initiates up against the wall into the first scoring zone. Stays nice and deep as one wheel off there slightly. Al Shahani also almost off track, but is following the lead line. A little bit better transition there for Al Hassani as they are absolutely wheel to wheel. Incredible driving here from the two. How they did not hit, I do not know. Nice and deep transition there from Al Hassani, and I think overall is running a better line. Oh! And there is absolutely contact there. Let's watch a replay. Oh, just before the finish line. Right. As GoPros go flying off the car, let us review the replay here. Good initial zone from Al Hassani. Stays within the zone the entire time. Nice deep transition, which is what we want to see. Nice transition here again. Almost contact there the first time around. Out to clipping point 4 on the inside. Transitioning across the zone 5. Now, watch here. Al Shahani is very much on the inside here. As they come around, there is definitely some element of slowing in that right bend by Al Hassani. You see his front wheel is locked, so he must be on the foot brake there as he goes around. Let's see what the judges determine. Now, the judges are going to be going through. I'm surprised they've not asked for another replay. I think you see a mark on the door there by the number 43 on Al Hassani's car as we go for another replay. Yes, here we go. So coming past clipping point 4 out to zone 5. Now watch for Al Hassani in the carbon Kevlar. Watch his front wheel locked.
Smoke. Have you seen smoke?
On the rear?
Yeah, a little bit of smoke.
So we're having our own little judges discussion down here. We're absolutely not judges, but yeah, it's an interesting one. I see that he's left foot braking as he goes around, right?
Blocked wheel.
Yeah, definitely. And the winner is Al Hassani in the S14 with the boss front end. Al Hassani goes through. The contact is determined to be the fault of the chase driver, and the second Shahani goes out. Both brothers knocked out. Al Hassani goes through. Now, back to our first or second. Let me just see which one is it. It's not even our first, second, or third. It's in fact the 5th battle in the top 16. Let us revisit the last of the battles in the top 16. We have Ahmad Daham against Clint Ort. Daham to lead, Ort to chase. 2 S14s, full throttle up towards the initiation point. Daham on that wall, nice and wide here. Clint Ort is literally touching and rubbing Daham, now falling apart a little bit. About 2 car lengths back now, closes back in on transition, pushes it nice and wide, stays nice and wide. Great chasing here from Clint Ort against Daham. Daham doing what he needs to do. Clint Ort dives on the inside here as he goes in deep and stays out wide as well. Doesn't pull to the inside of the circuit. Great chasing there from Clint Ort. Very, very good lead line from Daham here. It has to be said, nice and wide. Watch his wheel to that outside line. Little bit off at first, but then absolutely pulls it back in again. Here is the only mistake really from Clint. He does go wide there and loses some transition, loses some proximity as well. Watch the proximity here though. Literally inches away. Does put a wheel off the inside, does Clint Ort, but he is allowed to do that if he's chasing that close across the finish line. This is going to be a very interesting other half of the battle. Let's see. Let's swap the drivers around. Clint Ort to lead. Ahmad Daham is to chase. S14 versus S14. Clint Ort's rear car. He's going to have to go closer to the wall that he's comfortable with, because there is no more rear end of the car. Let's see. Start marshal sends off. Ort ready. Daham ready. Lights go green and we're off. Clint Ort to lead the two drivers out. Daham on close battle here. Now we go. As he rubs the wall, goes in inches apart again, but keeps that transition, keeps that proximity as opposed to Ort before. Not as much angle, but he absolutely keeps that proximity. Ort on a great line here. Nice angle here as he goes back in towards clip point 4. Nice and wide and good transition out to 5. Stays on the outside here. Daham puts a wheel off, gets a little bit low, and he hits the wall. Daham puts a wheel off, hits some rubble, and absolutely destroys his car in the wall. He's back going again. Let's watch it. I saw him put a wheel off. There is obviously a lot of tire rubble on the outside of that circuit. It must have caused him to lose a lot of grip. Let's see here. As they transition past 4, coming out to outer zone 5, from here, puts a wheel off. Yeah, he puts a wheel off. He hits a lot of rubble and a lot of tire debris, and he just goes off. Oh, his tires. Hits a tire wall over there. Tire wall helping him a lot. Clint Ort must, as we see some of the damage there, yeah, the front end torn off the car of Daham. Very strong build. Car is okay. Clint Ort must be thinking he's won the lotto. It's almost certainly going to be Ort moving into the grade 8. And the winner is confirmed. Right. Moving on. As Clint Ort drives off. Absolutely one of the favorites of the competition, has now exited. Daham is out. Let us move into number 25 of the event.
I'm Ali Shahani and I'm representing Kuwait.
This is Ahmad Daham from Jordan.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bagsy from the United Kingdom. Я из Украины, меня зовут Kremetz.
Hi guys, I'm Nicholas Solomon from the USA. We're here in Oman at OIDC 2022.
We have a lot of international drivers this year. The competition level is crazy.
Sebastian Fontaine, Martin Richards, Bagsy.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia.
Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's fair. That's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat Oman is something special, to be honest. Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 من يناير 2022. كونوا على استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you for rejoining us here for round one of the Oman International Drift Championship. My name is Peter Nielsen, and I am proud to present to you our top 8 drivers. We have a lot of exciting battles. We're going to go straight from top 8 all the way through to top 4. We will have the battle for 3rd and 4th before then continuing on to the final. We have 4 exciting battles lined up. So the 25th battle of the event and the first of the top 8, we have Steve Bagsy against Item Al-Hadidi. The second battle, we've got Benedict the Shabab against Ali Maxi. The third battle, we've got still rising, still going, Clint from Netherlands against Rarosky in the GT86. Absolutely flying it this weekend. Ahmed Amiri in the 4th battle against Al-Shahani. And that is going to be a very, very important and critical battle. 2 very good local drivers battling it out. So we have a mixed field left over. We've got, I think, almost 8 different nationalities in the top 8. And it's going to be incredibly interesting. So,
are we going to have some one more times from top 16?
I don't know.
There were some inquiries from pilots, from drifters, that there were crashes or contacts, and I think judges made different decisions.
So I'm hearing that there may be some changes. We're not sure. I might try and find out. In fact, I'm going to try and find out right now. And I am back. Here we go. Top 8 about to commence. The top 8 drivers remain the same. Our first battle in the top 8 is to lead us first. Haitham Al-Hadidi against Steve Bagsy. Remains the same. Same top 8 as what we see. And here we go. Drivers are off. Al-Hadidi to lead, Bagsy to chase. Hadidi, little bit of a correction on entry. Nice and wide now, though, as Al-Hadidi keeps that 350 Zayed. As he straightens. We have drama already in the first battle of, and look at the damage in the front of Bagsy's PS13. Front left of that PS13 with damage. Let's watch the replay here. As we go, Al-Hadidi to lead. Watch here now as he straightens ever so slightly here and then goes back on throttle again. Goes back out to the outside of zone 1. Everything is fine here. Now all of a sudden, as we get halfway around here, he stops and carries straight on. Must have had some sort of technical issue. Let's see if he's lined back up again. Bagsy will likely go back into the pits. That's what I would do for sure to make sure the car is okay. Al-Hadidi is not on the line, so there must have been some sort of an issue. Now, Al-Hadidi needs to call a, obviously, 5-minute rule if there's an issue with his car. Bagsy does not have to use his 5-minute rule if he is determined not to be at fault, which he surely cannot be here, as the contact is due to the lead driver slowing down and pulling off track. So Bagsy will be allowed what's called a competition timeout to fix his car. As we watch that replay, and just, I'm sure, judges making sure that the contact wasn't made ahead of time now. Different angle here for the judges to see if the impact was caused before. I don't think so. No, for sure. From my perspective, Al-Hadidi obviously has some sort of mechanical issue, stops drifting, and Bagsy has nowhere to go. Wobble on transition, Bagsy pulls nice out to the outside, and watch for the car to stop Al-Hadidi, and there, impact. Yeah, 350Z slows to a halt. The front left of the car hits the wheel straight on and rips the front left of Bagsy's car apart. Absolutely, in my opinion. And the great thing is, again, I just have to sit in here and talk about it. So Bagsy absolutely not at fault there, in my opinion. Al-Hadidi, who's been going so strong, hopefully he can have his car fixed. Al-Hadidi is gone. Oh, so he's retired. Hadidi. And we're just being told in the background here that Haitham Al-Hadidi has retired the car, which means by default Bagsy is into the great top 4. There we go, confirm. Bagsy in the top 4. As we move on to our second battle, and battle number 26 of the competition, we have Ali Maxi, who will be leading against Benedict Shabab. So GT86 against BMW platform E36. Very different in vehicle size here, and width for that matter. Absolutely in love with Ali Maxi's GT86. I think it is really, really good looking. As Shiba is warming up his tires in the background in the burnout box, let's get the two drivers lined up. Maxi to lead us first, Shiba to chase. Here we go. Maxi having some technical difficulties earlier on, but they appear all to be fixed now. Both drivers are ready. Start line marshal is ready. Lights are green. Off we go. Maxi to lead, Shiba to chase. Full throttle in, up against the wall. Maxi firmly, and a few wheels offline here, as Sherba is now really closing in on Maxi. Look at how close he is, literally inches away. Transitions across, back on his door again. Sherba really here with a point to prove this run. Good line now as they go through their own smoke, as Maxi goes out to zone 5. Again, dipping a wheel there. He's got to be careful that he doesn't do what Daham did and goes off as he comes across that finish line. Let's watch the replay and let's pick this one apart. Entry good from Maxi. Puts a wheel or two off here as he left foot brakes, kind of pushes the car out wide, gets it back on track again. Slight deduction there. Shirba right on his door. Pulls back for the transition, gets back on his door again. Nice and wide for Maxi. Pulls a nice wide line tied into clipping point 4, and then again nice and wide out to zone 5, exactly what judges want to see. Dips a wheel here, Left foot breaks across zone 5 and over the finish line. But good proximity. Shirba has to do the same now. He's got to stay on top of that qualifying line. But critically, Ali Maxi has to absolutely be on Shirba's door. Here we go. Lights are green, the drivers are off. Shirba to lead, Maxi to chase. Transition in, a little bit off the wall, but firmly inside that first zone and not going outside critically. Absolutely perfect. Nice line from Shirba. Great proximity here from Maxi. Nice and wide transition as there's a big fire. An engine fire in Maxi's car. Absolute disaster for Ali Maxi. As mentioned before, issues there and mechanical difficulties with Maxi's car as there's fire inside the engine bay here. Still fire inside the engine bay as the marshal's already on track to put out the fire. Absolute disaster here for Ali Maxi. He was inches away from Shirba, doing an absolutely excellent job in the transition and the chase overall. And complete failure of the engine here in a big fashion as well. Engine gone. Signals his appreciation to the crowd, but that is absolutely the end of Ali Maxid's evening here at round 1 of the Oman International Drift Championship. Fire is now firmly out. We're going to have to do a little bit of cleanup here on the track as we go to the live stream here. 2JZ inside that engine bay. Beautifully prepared vehicle. Absolutely one of my favorite cars here. Very well presented. Marshall's just checking out the track now that the car is safely put out, checking to make sure that there's no oil put down or anything from the engine or drivetrain put down. So yeah, Ali Mustafa Maxi definitely is out of competition. That, don't know many things, but that thing I'm fairly certain of, that is a catastrophic failure of the engine. So Benedict Shirba moves on to the top 4. That is going to be an interesting battle against Bagsy. We can look towards the next battle as the drivers, I'm sure, will soon be lining up on the grids. We will slowly start to get Maxi's car off the circuits. Our third battle of the top 8 is going to be Clint against Rarosky. So we're going to have S14 against GT86. As I'm just looking out here towards Maxi's car, we're trying to get a different vehicle to lift the car off the circuit. Just making sure everything is okay. And we're looking at the circuit. The marshals are on track now to see just how far back the engine issue has gone. And I can see here, looking on circuit, looking at the marshals, putting down some dry cement or sand onto the circuit in the middle of the transition. Yeah, there's going to be an element of cleanup here for sure. And that is right on the racing line as well.
Он такой же заменить, ну что там, ночь делов.
Marshals are still attending the circuit, making sure, obviously, if it's oil or whatever type of fluid that's on track, if it's oil, of course they need to make sure that the circuit is fully dry again. When the terminal issue happened, or where the engine blew up essentially in Ali Maxid's car, it happened right on the racing line, on the line that the judges want the drivers to be drifting. So clearly need to make sure that all of that oil is gone from the circuit. So that is what they're looking at now. As we check out the grandstands, look at the grandstands are absolutely full of people. It's fantastic to see.
Again, interesting things happen to Maxi's car, and they're showing us people at grandstands for nothing.
So marshals are frantically, as we look in, let's take a look at what we have as a next battle then. So we have Rarosky to lead against Clint. So GT86, another GT86, proving to be an incredibly successful platform against Clint in the S14 with now absolutely no rear end. And I'm surprised how he even has tyres left with the amount of battles that he's done. He did had 3 battles, so 2 one more times in the top 32, 2 battles in the top 8. Or top 16, and now in the top 8. Let's see how many he has. As we finally get Ali Maxid's car off the circuit safely. The marshals are frantically, and again, great to see just exactly how many marshals we have on track. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 marshals actively trying to get rid of any fluid down on circuit. You wouldn't find that back in Ireland now. You'd have maybe 1 or 2 people with about 16 people supervising. So it's good to see the full task force on circuit now. After we have Rarosky and Clint, we then have what I think is going to be an explosive battle here in the top 8, which is Ahmed Al-Amri against Hazza Al-Hazani in that Boss front-ended S14 carbon Kevlar. 2 great local drivers. That's going to be a really good battle, and I'm excited to see that one. As we know, already into the top 4, we've got Bagsy and Shabab. That's 2 fast drivers, 2 good line drivers, 2 very aggressive drivers. So I'm going to slowly, but yet firmly, commit to some sort of drama and most likely contact happening in that battle. As we get the drivers starting up, we've got Rarosky lining up inside the burnout box, waiting for the signal to be to start warming his tires. We've got the marshals still on track, and what we've seen many times before in a situation like this, there may be a chance that we'll send 1 or 2 cars around the circuit to make sure that the surface is as dry as it should be. And but there is, given the fact that they're so extensively cleaning the circuit, that we may just send them straight into battle. So kick your legs up, or in fact maybe go and get yourself a drink. Local time here, we are 8:30 in the evening. We are approximately, well, not approximately, in fact we're exactly 4 hours ahead of UK time, 3 hours of Central European time. So you are just getting through dinner, and you know, it is a Friday. Maybe it's time to kick up, grab yourself a drink, and We will be back with you again momentarily.
На старте уже ждет, но он, смотрите, он не на старте стоит, а он стоит в зоне прогрева и ждет команды маршала.
So we still have marshals on circuit to give you the latest. Rarosky is still waiting in the burnout box. As soon as he is in and out, he is leading the next battle. So therefore he is parked ready to warm his tires up. Battling him will be Clint from the Netherlands in the S14 with now, I suppose, technically a compact S14, seeing as though he has demolished the rear end of that car several times this evening. On track, we still have now several marshals, but also a road sweeper that's gone over the areas of destruction a couple of times. So we should hopefully have everything cleaned up now shortly. Of course, they want to make sure that everything is gone so that we don't have any other issues as we continue on with the battles. So the marshals are still inspecting the track. And we hope to be back into action again soon. It looks like they seem to be fairly happy with how the track is now. Just doing their final checks here. Let's walk through how some of our drivers left in the competition, and I think one of the more controversial ones with Bagsy and Martin Richards earlier on, with Martin Richards bowing out of competition after an element of contact at the very first part of the second run that the guys had. A lot of speed, and increasingly so. The speeds of the drivers is getting faster and faster and faster as we get deeper into the evening here. Great thing, which is unfamiliar territory for me, is we run until the competition is over. Obviously at night time here it's still relatively warm, although there is a little bit of a breeze here. It's quite windy and therefore a little bit cold. But there are absolutely zero noise restrictions here. In fact, I think the louder the car, the bigger the cheer from the crowd. And the crowd are absolutely loving the drifting. I'd say the last couple of years of having little to no entertainment outside of their own homes, it's good to get out and it's good to see some drifting again. Okay, we are getting marshals off track, and it looks like we are getting ready to get started again, which is great news for everyone. Rarosky leading the next battle against Ort. Rarosky in the GT86. Obviously, Rarosky from Ukraine, running a severely stroked out 2J, 3.4 litre capacity. In the GT86 chassis against Clint Ort, running 3 litre 2J. And we've got Rarosky now just having a cool, calm, bit of a sighting lap of the circuit. Obviously having a quick look at the circuit to see if everything appears to be dry and not slippy. So we will get his verdict to make sure that he is happy to continue on with the run. Going over the area right now to check the surface to make sure that everything's all right. Fortunately for us all and for the drivers, when the main part of the engine failed for Ali Maxi, he did very much pull off the main line and away from the wall where the drivers come out after clipping point 2. So that is a critical aspect. So for any driver or any spectator now on the live stream that is new to this evening's broadcast, again, the circuit is broken into 5 clipping points, or 5 zones, if you will. The main straight, as they come off the finish line, as they initiate in, that's when the scoring zone 1 starts. It is the entire duration of the first right-hander, where the judges have multiple scoring points within that zone. As they transition away from clipping point 1 and zone 1, they move over to an outside clipping point, which is clipping point 2. Then they move into the second wall, which is clipping point 3, and the drivers need to hit the rear end or the last part of that wall. Then they move to clipping point 4, which is an inside clipping point, before transitioning back again over to zone 5. Again, just like zone 1, where the judges are scoring in multiple different points of that zone to make sure that the drivers are staying true to the qualifying line. Of course, any outside zone, the cars need to be to the very extreme of the circuit, but not going over the lines. And the inside clipping point 4, so after the second wall, the drivers need to be on the inside of the circuit without, again, going over that line. So, Rarosky is now warming his tires. As soon as he's done and ready to go, Clint Ort will be able to warm his tires and rear tires and scrub his front tires, get rid of any dirt from the front tires, and obviously to get some heat into those rear tires. The warmer they are, the grippier they are. Clint Ort's journey to this top 8 battle has been absolutely tested to the end. This is going to be his 6th battle, and he's only battled 2 other drivers. So 3 battles in the first top 32 battle, 2 battles in the top 16, and hopefully he'll just need the 1 battle to get the victory in this one here for himself. I'm sure he's saying to himself and his team and whoever is paying for the tires. So the 2 drivers are lined up. Rarosky to lead, Ort to chase. Start Marshal is checking with the drivers. Waiting for the call. Rarosky ready. Ort ready. Lights red. Lights, green. Here we go. Rarosky to lead. Ort chasing, full throttle. Transition in towards the wall. Nice and wide for both drivers. Clint Ort is absolutely on Rarosky's door. Rarosky is off track a little bit, but gets back in again to zone 1. As they transition across, Ort is absolutely right there. Keeping consistent proximity into clipping point 4, transitioning across the 5 again, nice and wide for both drivers. Rarosky really doing what he needs to do here. He stays nice and wide the entire circuit. Ort could have been a little bit closer the last half. Let's watch that replay. Let's pick this one apart. Nice transition in to the first corner again. Rarosky could be closer to the wall on initiation. 2 wheels off here for the first part of zone 1, which is what he shouldn't be doing, but saves it back again, transitions back, just puts the tire on the line, doesn't look as if he's going over. He's barely in clipping point 3 there by the wall, though needs to be a bit closer. Ort is absolutely where he needs to be, running that perfect qualifying line, but also keeping within normal proximity length of Rarosky, about a car length away the entire time. So consistent, if anything. We now swap the drivers around. Rarosky is getting into the chase position. Ort is lining himself up and getting into that lead position. Little bit of checking here from the team of Ort. They're just checking over the front of the car. And we are ready to go. Ready to go. Okay, Marshall is waiting to check with the drivers. Once they're both ready, the starting marshal will signal to send the drivers. The lights will go from red to green and we will be off. Hard to tell there really who has the advantage after that first battle. It was quite close. A couple of small mistakes from Rarosky. Decent proximity from Ort. Drivers are ready. Green to red. Ort sends it off. Leads this run from Rarosky. Rarosky's right on the side of Ort. Nice and wide from Ort there as he transitions out. Stays a little bit off. It's very, very similar to Rarosky's first run, but stays wide now again. A little bit of a gap here as they go through that transition, and Ort with absolutely zero pressure almost in his tires in the back. Look at this, they go through their own smoke, transitions out, gets that clipping point 4. Rarosky is basically nowhere to be seen, but is on the door of Ort. Hard one to tell there, very hard to see through the smoke. Let us pick apart this run. No, that's the first run again. So you see there the tires from Rarosky in the first run just off circuit as they transition in here, and then we will see the replay of the second run in a moment. Nice and tidy there from Ort. Ultimately here I think that there is probably a better lead line from Rarosky by the looks of it. Possibly better proximity also. So both drivers are out of the car. Rarosky in his GT86 and Clint Ort, absolutely no idea who has this one. It's up to the judges. They've got a tough one here to decide. You know, I wouldn't be surprised, and especially with Clint Ort being involved in this particular battle, I wouldn't be surprised if it went one more time. Very little really to tell between the two runs. So it's down to what the judges determine to be a bigger of the two mistakes. Both drivers in lead position enter very, very similarly. Both drivers had wheels off, pretty much in the same positions. Both drivers had decent proximity. I think, though, that the lead line and the chase line potentially combined by Rarosky was probably a little bit better overall. But look, every single call I've had tonight has been, well, mostly every single one has been incorrect. So I'm absolutely not going to call this one, and luckily I don't have to. I just have to sit here and watch it with you guys. Drivers waiting in anticipation. The more I'm waiting here, the more I think it's going to go one more time. So we're waiting to see, as the drivers are, where this is going to go. Let's see the replays here again. So this is the first run, Rarosky. Again, watch for the rear wheels over the white line. So again, enters pretty much middle of the zone. Now, wheels go over line here. Seems to be one only. I can only really see one. Nice transition here. And the proximity from Ort is okay. He could be on the door, he could be closer, but he's obviously just hanging a small bit back. Clipping point 4 there is good. Nice wide line out to clipping point 5. Stays on the outside line here. And then across the finish line. Very, very good lead line. I don't really see any major issues with it, except for the wheels off. And also, it could have been closer out towards the wall on initiation, right? But here, the wheels are off here. Now, back to the drivers on the circuit. We are also trying to deliberate here in the commentary booth and the commentary suite here at the beautifully presented circuit here in Muscat for the Oman International Drift Competition. The championship, of course. 3-round championship, all pretty much held within the first couple of months of the year, naturally due to slightly lower temperatures, although I have been enjoying the heat during the day here for the last few days. I've been cold for the last many months. Drivers still waiting to hear. I'm telling you, that the longer this goes, the more I think it's going to be a one more time. But we shall absolutely see how it goes. Judges deliberating hard. Again, 3 judges, and I've been in this position in fact too many times. They will be discussing every part of the circuit. They'll be looking at replays after replay after replay, and they will be picking apart everything. So we have a decision. And the winner of the second battle, or third battle of the top 8 is Clint Ort. He is absolutely, he must be thanking, I don't know who at this stage, right? Doing really well, and for once, wins without a one more time. So Clint Ort moves in. Means we bid goodbye to Rarosky in the GT86. Okay, as we get ready for the fourth battle here, Ahmed Al-Amri, one of the most impressive drivers today against Azza Al-Hosani. Here we go, lights are green. Al-Amri leads, Hosani to chase. Here we go, nice and wide line in turn 1, zone 1, nice and strong for Al-Amri. Look at that outside line, just dips maybe even a little bit of a tire over, but absolutely perfect as Al-Hosani goes too wide and makes a massive mistake here. Al-Amri going through his own smoke to the outside. Al-Hosani is too far away. Massive mistake there on the transition, almost going off circuit, almost hitting that wall. Again, true to form, Ahmed Al-Amri absolutely on form here today. Look at the nice, quick, again, like we've seen before, he's very tactical in his driving. He pulls shallow angle where he needs to and piles on the angle like we're seeing here when he needs to. Very, very good driving. Keeps on line, deep into every single clipping point, deep in every outer zone that he needs to be. Very good first run. Now let's swap them around and let's have Ali Shahani in the lead position. Amiri to chase. Two drivers ready on circuit. Ali Shahani ready, Amiri ready. Lights are green. Here we go. Ali Shahani to lead Amiri. Oh, big aggressive transition there. But a long handbrake there from Ali Shahani on the initiation. Judges won't like that. The outer zone 1 though is completely filled the entire time. Again, goes a little bit wide there. Ali Shahani in the lead position as Amiri is just hanging back ever so slightly, doing what he needs to do. Oh, big straighten there from Amiri. Not what he needs to be doing. He just has to get it across the line. Oh, the judges must have done something wrong. Every battle is difficult. Let's pick this one apart. So, Ali Shahani, long handbrake initiation. Judges won't like that. On the contrary, though, zone 1 perfect throughout. Pulls away from zone 1, transitions across. 2 wheels off, at least 1 wheel off track there at clipping point 2. Nice and deep here. Little bit of a wobble through clip point 4, out to 5, but a straighten and a bit of a reinitiation and a wobble there. Full from Amiri as they go over the finish line. That would have been a very clear-cut decision before, but as the drivers emerge from their vehicles, and it is official. It is going to be one more time. Amiri, in my opinion, had that in the bag. All he had to do was finish out, and that straighten caused him to get a deficit in points, and it's one more time. I'm sure given the choice, he's not going to make that mistake again. So one more time in the top 8. And I'm assuming that we're going to see them straight away. So they're going to go in and change their tires, potentially refuel. The next battle that we have is Bagsy against Shabab, but I'm assuming that we need to see this battle finish first.
I'm Ali Maxi and I'm representing Kuwait.
This is Ahmad Daham from Jordan.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bagsy from the United Kingdom. Я из Украины, меня зовут Kremetz.
Hi guys, I'm Nicholas Solomon from the USA. We're here in Oman at OIDC 2022.
We have a lot of international drivers this year. The competition level is crazy.
Sebastian Fontaine, Martin Richards, Bagsy.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia.
Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's fair. That's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat Oman is something special, to be honest. Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
in my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. بعد النجاح الكبير الذي تحقق نهاية العام 2021، الجمعية العمانية للسيارات تعود إليكم من جديد في أولى جولات بطولة الشرق الأوسط للراليات، رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة في أصعب الراليات على مستوى المنطقة من حيث التضاريس وتنوعها. وللمرة 26 تستضيف سلطنة عمان بطولة الشرق الأوسط للراليات على أراضيها، والتي كانت تقام في محافظة مسقط. ولكن النسخة الماضية استطاعت ولاية نخل أن تكون مستعدة لاستضافة اليوم الأخير من الرالي، لتحتضن 3 مراحل من الرالي الدولي في كل من الأبيض وقلقل والحسنات. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية، نجاح كبير تحقق بتكاتف الجميع. رياضة السيارات واحدة من أهم الرياضات وأكثرها قوة ومتعة وإثارة. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 من يناير 2022. تاريخ عريق لرياضة الراليات في سلطنة عمان منذ السبعينيات، ترجم إشادة كبيرة وسمعة على المستوى الدولي. كونوا على استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. ويستمر العطاء.
And we are back. The one more time of Ahmed Al-Amiri against Hazza Al-Hassani. We're about to get ready to go again. And leading off is Al-Amiri in the 180 SX against Al-Hassani in the S14 with the Boss front end carbon Kevlar vehicle. Obviously the final battle in the top 8, therefore we have to wait to see who wins that battle before we move on to the top 4. Already confirmed in the top 4 is Bagsy, Shirba, we have Clint Ort, and we're just waiting on this battle here to see who is going to be the last competitor in the top 4. Round 1 here, 2022 of the Oman International Drift Championship. It has been explosive so far, from practice early yesterday morning, through the local qualification last night, through practice this morning and international qualification, through the top 32, top 16, and now the top 8. There's been drama the entire way. Waiting on the last driver here. Again, it pains me to see a lovely pair of cookie lights in the back of that 180 SX. So we can see Al-Hassani in the background, but not entering the circuit. So intrigued as to what's going on here. Al-Amiri on circuit, ready to go. Tires warmed. Al-Hassani in the background. I'm not quite sure what's going on here. We should just have had a very quick and easy tire change, and then we're ready to go. You can see the wind here picking up again. It is very windy here tonight, and you'll see it as well by the smoke moving from the cars as fast as it does. It does tend to change though every now and again the direction. Let's see here. Hopefully we have Al-Hassani on the circuit momentarily, so we can continue on. Next battle is going to be Again, very, very interesting. Steve Bagsy against Benedictus Shirba. PS13 Nissan versus BMW E36. Clint Ort against the winner of this battle here, if we ever get this battle here up and running, which we will shortly have. You can see the top 32 brackets from top 32 all the way into the top 8. And if it means we can get this up and running any sooner, I'll go down and I will help change those tires myself, even though I probably shouldn't. Anybody that knows me will know that I am useless around cars. See the wind doing a little bit of destruction in the background in terms of a couple of blown over tents in the background, some scaffolding falling over, and again that top 32 bracket here showing all of the successful drivers all the way through their individual brackets. Left bracket done, finished, waiting for that top 4. Right bracket almost done, just waiting for Amiri and Al Hosani. Car number 11 versus car number 43.
Подчеркнуть ущербность данного стиля вождения, говорится именно Т-стиль, как будто бы он едет ровно по отношению к едущему боком, почти под 90 градусов.
We're trying to find out here where exactly Al Hosani is. So unless he has an issue and is calling a 5-minute rule, there's a lot of tactics that can be implied in drifting as well. So obviously, if you go in and you have to change your tires and you call a 5-minute rule while you're changing tires, you lose that 5-minute rule. Now, if you're smart and you need more time, you can be fixing your car as you are changing your tires. Then as you drive towards the line and you get to the line, then you can say, oh, well, I need a 5-minute rule here. Thereby drawing out the time a little bit more. So hopefully that's not what's going on. Hopefully it's just a small little mistake. But we are desperately looking for a second driver here. Amiri is probably going to be wanting to reheat his tires as he gets ready. Well presented vehicles. Again, look at those. Oh, great. He even has the center panel in between the cookie lights. I desperately need those lights. I may go and have a conversation with him, or actually I may go and have a conversation with his car when he's not there. But great presented cars over here. The attention to detail amongst most of the drivers is very, very good. Now we're reversing back at Amiri. So trying to find out what exactly is going on here, unless he's going back to reheat his tires, as he's been sitting on the line for some time now. Intrigued to know what's going on. Again, to remind ourselves here, round 1 of the Oman International Drift Championship. We are in the top 4, or about to go into the top 4. We're finishing off top 8. We have the last battle to get finished, which is between Ahmed Alami against Hazza Al Hosani. Last battle of the top 8. As soon as we get this battle out of the way, we're into top 4. We have the rest of the drivers already determined. The other confirmed drivers in the top 4 is Steve Bagsy, Benedictus Shirba, Clint Ort, and we're simply waiting on the final battle as is on screen here. 3 already confirmed, Bagsy, Shirba and Ort. Simply waiting for one more. These are your top 32 of a very large field here this weekend. Top 32 qualification was very intense. The points between the top 32 were also very close. Okay, so we have action back on circuit again. We have Amiri heating his tires. I hope this time it means that we're going to have a competitor for him as well. There we go. One car on track. Amiri ready to go in his 180 SXS 13. Lights up. Here we go. Finally, we have a competitor for him. Hazza Al-Hassani is now heating his tires, and we are about to get ready for the final battle of the top 8 here in Oman. Muscat Arena here in Oman, absolutely jammed, full of spectators. And competition, as you can see, even the car park is absolutely jammed full. 2 drivers lined up. Amiri to lead, Al-Hassani to chase. All Nissan battle. S13 versus S14 with boss end kit on Al-Hassani's car. So we get some cameras on the cars ready to go. Cars checked over. Start line marshal will give the signal to both drivers. Amiri ready. Al-Hassani ready. Lights are green. Off we go for the last battle of the top 8. Amiri leading up against the wall. Very nice wide line here. Stays within the parameters of the circuit. Great lead line here. Al-Hassani needs to get a little bit closer here now as he transitions a bit early. Gets caught up a small bit, but is now back on line again. Little bit of a gap between the drivers. Great lead line by Amiri as they go through their own smoke out until zone 5. Nice wide line from Amiri out to the final wall and across the finish line. Let's watch the replay. Let's pick this one apart. Great initiation up against the wall by Amiri. Nice and wide in zone 1. Goes deep but does not go too far, so does not go off circuit. Coming into the transition here. Here is where Al-Hassani gets caught up, over rotates, maybe transitions a bit too early, has to reinitiate a little bit. Wobbles on clipping point 3. Nice tight line for Amiri over 4 into 5. Could have been a little bit deeper there, let's be honest, into zone 5 in the entry. But stays wide and gets across that finish line. Great line, great impact. Let's reverse the cars. And Al-Hassani has to do the same now. He's got to enter on that wall. He's got to stay out wide. He's not got to go over the line of the circuit. He's got to be tight on his line here. He cannot over-rotate as he has been doing the last couple of runs, going into clipping point 2 and into that second wall. Let's see how the guys fare. Amiri to chase, Al-Hassani to lead. Cameras changed over. Start line marshal is waiting to give the drivers the all clear. Here we go. Al-Hassani ready, Amiri ready. Lights go from red to green and we're off. Al-Hassani takes the lead. Full throttle into turn 1. Here we go. Initiation. Very early for Al Shahani, but stays out wide. One wheel off already. One wheel stays off, but now is back into that zone one. Not as wide as Amiri was previously. Transitions not too early. Very aggressive. Up against the wall. Great job by Al Shahani. Now, little bit of a bobble on clip point 4. Nice and wide out to 5. Wider than Amiri was. And now that right-hander to finish, a little bit of a gap there. And again, for the judges, not going to be easy, is it? They're going to have it tough every single battle. Let's watch the replay. Let's pick this one apart. So, Al Shahani enters. Not as wide as Amiri here. One wheel off here as well. So already there's a big deficit between the two lead lines. Nice and close, though, from Amiri. Now, transition. He's one wheel off there by Al Shahani as well, but nice and close to that wall. Transitions through clip point 4 and gets himself into clip point 5 in that outer zone of 5. Little bit of a gap between the drivers towards the end. Yeah, see, this is going to be an interesting one between the battle. And we have it confirmed. The winner of the last place in top 8 is Ahmed Al-Amri. Al-Amri takes the win. Solid run there. And just like we picked the runs apart, it looked to be a secure win there. As we move on to the top 4. This is going to be interesting. On the line, in the chase position, we have Steve Bagsy. On the line, in the lead position, we have Benedict Shirba. Lined up, ready to go. Top 4, first battle of the top 4. Battle number 29 of the event and first of the top 4. The winner goes through to the final. Loser goes into the 3rd and 4th playoff. Here we go. Marshall checking with Shirba. Ready. Bagsy ready. Lights go from red to green. Here we go. Shirba leading. Bagsy chasing. Bagsy on the back foot already. Trying to chase down Shirba. Big initiation by Shirba and nice and wide. Bagsy following suit. Over rotation there almost by Shirba, but nice and wide as he comes through the end of scoring zone 1. Transitions across to clip 2. Bagsy on the door of Shirba. Now losing a little bit of transition. A lot of angle by Shirba and pulling a gap still. Clearly with a lot of grip dial into that car. Good line from both drivers, but only now is Bagsy closing in on him. Getting right on the door of Shirba. Nice finish. But there could have been more of a gap. Now, let's pick this one apart. Little bit of a dodgy entry from Shirba there, I have to say, but Bagsy does well to get back on his door. Chases him down. Transition here, half a car length between the two drivers. Good solid transition by Shirba as Bagsy stays on his door, but now loses a little bit of proximity here. As you can see, almost 2 car lengths between the two of them. Shirba still pulling great angle whilst carrying that speed. Obviously, as I said before, a lot of grip dialed into that car. Let's see if its tires run or last a second run. Bagsy getting a little bit of heat and smoke out of that car. Bagsy to lead this time around, Shirba to chase. I think the advantage thus far is firmly in the side of Shirba. Shirba edging towards the line. Lights are green. Off we go. Bagsy to lead. Up the straight. Entering in Bagsy on that wall. Nice and wide line from Bagsy. Deep into that scoring zone 1. Ever so slightly over the line, but bang on the line now. Great proximity from Shirba though. Nice and close. Early transition from Shirba. Taking that inside line, but proximity is still there. Aggression is there. Bagsy cannot leave him at all. Shirba is still close. Putting a little bit of a gap now. Shirba strategically taking that inside line to finish tight. Oh, this is going to be close. This is going to be close. Let's watch the replay. Let's pick this one apart. Nice wide line. Bagsy does try and pile on the angle there. Catches himself out a small bit perhaps, but stays nice and wide in that zone 1. Stays on the white line. Doesn't really put a tire off. Transitioning nice and wide on clip point 2 into the wall. But Shirba's there. He's there the entire time, bullying Bagsy around the track. Bagsy transitioning a little bit shallow there, but gets to the outside part of zone 5. Shirba finishes as close to Bagsy as Bagsy does to Shirba in the first run. Down to the judges. Who do we have? And the winner is determined. Benedict Shirba takes that win and goes into the final. Our first finalist of the day. Bagsy still with another run to go for the 3rd and 4th place playoff. Now, let's turn our attention to the other half of the bracket. And this is going to be interesting. Clint Ort in the S14 Compact now, as the rear end is completely smashed off it from all of the battles that he's had so far today. Against Ahmed Daham in that 180SX S13 with the pristine cookie lights in the rear. Clint Ort qualifying in 18th, sorry, and Amiri qualifying in 3rd. We're going to see Amiri lead first and Clint chase first. The higher qualifier will always lead the run. So we move on to the second battle of the top 4, but the 30th battle of the day. 2 more battles to go after this one. The decision for 3rd place, and of course the final. Now, we are back. If you have just joined us here on the live stream of round 1 of the OIDC, the Oman International Drift Championship of 2022, coming to you from the Muscat Arena here in Oman. My name is Pete Nielsen, and it is my esteemed and grateful pleasure to be presenting to you this evening. Local time, we are 9:30. Coming up on 9:30 in the evening. We are we are exactly 4 hours ahead of UK time, 3 hours of Central European time. We are closing in on the event. We have the final battle of the top 4 to determine who goes through to the final. We already have our first finalist in Benedict Shirba. Bagsy, unfortunately, coming up second in that battle, but is still in with a chance of 3rd and final place on the podium. The other half of the top 4 is Clint Ort, against Ahmed, Amiri, Ort in an S14 Nissan, and Amiri in S13 180SX. The cars are just getting ready. Amiri will be leading the battle, Ort in chase. And both drivers have gotten faster and faster and faster throughout the entire competition. So this one should be another interesting one. As you can see, the wind here is continuing to pick up. It is quite windy outside. The spectators are still here in their masses. So it's good to see that people are sticking with it, even though it's a little bit cold outside. So we're waiting for the drivers to get on the start line and to get ready. Obviously, the other drivers are preparing for their next battles. We will, true to form, be finishing off the top four, so the right-hand bracket of top four. Then once we have determined who are the two finalists, we will be running the first battle of the last two, which is the battle for third and fourth place. Once we've determined who is third and fourth, we will move straight on to the final. Welcome back here to the Muscat Arena in Oman. For anyone who is just joining us now, we are at the closing stages of round one of the OIDC, the Oman International Drift Championship. Nice mixed field here this weekend between local drivers and international drivers. We have with us from every corner of the world, essentially, from the Netherlands, Lithuania, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Japan, Ukraine, US, El Salvador, UK, Pakistan, Malaysia, Qatar, Syria, UAE, Lebanon. It is indeed a very, very mixed field. So as we close into the final stages, parked there, he's just waiting. As our cameraman is trying to find somebody in the pits who knows what's going on, because we are missing some drivers. We are in the final stages of the top four, waiting for Clint to get on the line, and Ahmed Amiri as well. We just saw Amiri's car parked. I didn't see any driver in it. So hopefully we'll get the guys out very, very soon.
кажется, что здесь было бы очень неплохо вести пожестче дисциплину, однако, я вам скажу...
Here we have Amiri now moving from the pits. Brand new set of tires on. His mechanic cooling down the car as well at the same time. Cameras on, cars ready. Spraying that rear end of the car, getting that radiator, rear mounted radiator nice and cool. Getting ready to get on the starting line. So again, final battle of the top four. Winner of the battle will go through to the final. Loser of the battle will face Bagsy, Steve Bagsy, in the third and fourth place final, and then in the main event final, Shirba already determined in that yellow E36, as we now have the first car getting warmed up, getting hot tires heated, and getting ready for this final battle of the top four. S13 180SX getting ready to go here, as we're almost ready. Second driver to come out. Waiting to ensure that we have Amiri online, ready to go. Clint Ort on the missing list so far. Hopefully, and just look at the back of Amiri's car. Look at the rear tire pressure. Barely any air in those tires. We saw the same from Clint Ort as well earlier on. Almost looked as if he had debeaded going past us here by clipping point 2. So Clint Ort is now ready. Ort will be chasing. Amiri will be leading. The marshal will call the drivers to the front of the line. Remember, chase driver is allowed to jump the line if they want to. Both drivers are off. Lights is green. Amiri to lead. Ort in the chase position, nice and wide as per usual from Amiri. Stays nice and wide. Drops the wheel ever so slightly off the circuit, but nothing to write home about. Nice transition, nice and sharp. Over angle there, almost loses as he carries angle through the second wall in clip point 3. Past clipping point 2 through the smoke as he gets out to zone 5. Clint Ort completely lost in that smoke, but he's still there. He's still on. Just taps the wall at the very end. Let's watch the replay. Let's pick this one apart. Amiri enters nice and wide. Watch for that as Clint Ort does the same in the next run. Ort stays middle of the track, whereas Amiri is nice and wide. Proximity is good though from Ort in the chase position. A little bit too much angle there from Amiri, but he carries it off. He continues through in the track as they go through their own smoke. Again, transitions nice and wide out into zone 5. Carries that outside line as they get across the finish line. Little tap of the wall from Ort there at the end, but nothing that the judges are going to penalise. Now we get the cars turned around and back on the line. Amiri is ready. Ort is just having some checks done by his team. Cars ready. Back to the start line. Here we go. Clint Ort to lead. Amiri to chase. S13 versus S14. Drivers are ready. Light goes from red to green. Here we go. Ort to lead. Amiri to chase. Remember, Amiri's first run, entry right on that wall. Doubling an entry almost from Ort. Catches Amiri a little bit off guard as he's now struggling to catch up again. Clint Ort has a couple of wheels off circuit there, it looked like. Oh, and a bit of a straight line there from Amiri. Over angle there from Ort, but is still carrying that line through. A little bit deep there as well. catches himself off guard. He's going to go a little bit wide here, a wheel off track, and Alamri's making up again. Let's watch the replay. Let's pick this one apart. So, see that little double entry from Ort, catches Alamri off guard. He goes out wide, drops one wheel off here, drops almost two wheels off, transitions across, and runs a little bit deep here. This is going to send him off the wall, very deep through 4, but too deep after 4 and very deep here as he takes out a cone and another part of the rear of the car. Goes very deep here, probably drops a wheel here by the looks of it. Alamri stays close. This is going to be an interesting one for the judges. On the face of it, it looked like there was a gap between Alamri and Ort in the second part of that battle. But was it because of Clint Ort's line? Was it his fault? But give me a name then. It's fine. And winner of the battle. Winner of the battle is Clint Ort, going through to the final. So, Clint Ort going into the final, Alamri getting that second place. So, they predetermined then, obviously, the judges, what they're looking for here, and what's important is to ensure that the drivers are ready and running those exact right lines. If we pick those runs apart, Ort still wins it, and they're taking that straighten from Alamri, despite the fact that Ort goes offline ever so slightly, double initiating from what I saw. But that straighten was obviously very, very critical. We are now getting ourselves ready for the final. So, Ort taking the win for Netherlands and moving himself into the final, where he will face Shirba. Now, the qualification order of the two drivers is Clint Ort qualified in 18th place and Shirba qualified in 5th. So Shirba to lead and Ort to chase in the final. But before them, we have Alamri versus Bagsy. Alamri qualified in 3rd, so he will lead, as Bagsy qualified 16th and therefore will chase. As the cars get ready, we should be ready now in a second. Okay, so if you're just tuning in, obviously we're still on schedule, but we are obviously just letting the drivers change tires. They go through so many tires in this event. The track is deceivingly long, and each car is going through a set of tires for every battle. So 2 runs, 1 set of tires. Coming up next, we have in the 3rd and 4th place battle, Bagsy versus Amiri. Bagsy to chase, Amiri to lead first. In the final, we have the never-ending Clint Ort battle here in the S14 versus Shirba in the final. So we will get the cars ready on track, and then we will see you momentarily. We're minutes away from the final of round 1 of the OIDC, the Oman International Drift Championship, here at the Muscat Arena. And ladies and gentlemen, we are almost ready for the final two battles of this evening of round one of the OIDC, the Oman International Drift Championship. We have in the third and fourth place battle Steve Bagsy lining up against Al Alamri. Bagsy will be chasing, Alamri will be leading, as we have still a packed continued grandstand across the entire venue here at the Muscat Arena for round one. Absolutely jam-packed. Now, we have Alamri in the burnout box first, as I said, because he is leading first. So therefore he's heating his tires and scrubbing his front tires, getting some heat in and cleaning off those tires. Very sandy here, obviously, because of our location, and let us now get going. So Alamri has his tires prepped. Bagsy will now enter the hot box to get his tires ready. Here we go. In the Monster Energy Crusade-backed S13, the PS13 of Steve Bagsy. Getting some heat in the front tires, scrubbing the rear and heating those rear tires. Monster Energy Crusade-backed PS13. Let us get this third and fourth place playoff battle started. Judges will be looking for everything that they've been looking for. Check 1, 2, making sure that you guys are able to hear us. We have the third and fourth place playoff, Ahmed Alamri versus Steve Bagsy. And we're off. Alamri to lead, Bagsy to chase. Alamri initiating a little bit hesitant up against the wall. Nice and wide now though. Sticking that rear tire all the way out on that white line, but not going over. Now transitioning into clipping point 2. All the way out to the wall as Bagsy now over-rotates and creates a gap between him and Alamri as they go through their own smoke out to clipping point 5 and that final zone 5. Bagsy drops a wheel off track there as he is on the back foot here. A bit of a gap between the two drivers. Alamri across the finish line. Oh man, a lot to cover there. Replay time. Let's pick our way through this run. Nice and wide entry by Alamri. Little bit hesitant on that on the initiation with the handbrake. A little bit of left foot braking through zone 1, which the judges are okay with. Nice and wide transition. This is where Bagsy gets caught out. Over rotates and goes too deep into clipping point 3 up against the wall. Misses inside of clip 4 and then goes deep again into clipping point 5, which is the last outer zone across the finish line. And the advantage surely has to be to Alamri here. Bagsy has to make up a lot of points here. Again, judges will be scoring against the two runs side by side. The two lead runs versus each other, the two chase runs versus each other. Bagsy now has to pull out one hell of a lead line, absolutely nailing it like he's very capable of doing. Alamri has to have some mistakes to allow Bagsy to either win or have a chance of a one more time. Bagsy on that start line, waiting for Alamri, wondering where he is. We've not heard word of a 5-minute rule, so we're just wondering where he is. Again, Alamri now entering the warm-up box. Not sure where he was, but he is back in again. And we are ready for the second half of the battle. Bagsy has a lot to make up here. He needs to have a perfect lead line Amiri needs to have a couple of mistakes. Bit of damage here in the front of Steve's car from the last battle. Marshall checking with the drivers, making sure they're ready before the lights turn from red to green. Here, in the battle for third. Bagsy to lead this run, Amiri to chase. Marshall checking with the drivers. Waiting for the start line marshal to check with the drivers to make sure that they are ready to go. Cameras are ready. Bagsy ready. Amiri ready. Again, think back to the last run. Amiri initiating, but initiating a little bit slow, then pulling nice and wide out to the outside of zone 1. Transitioning fine, ending fine as well. Good aggressive run. Bagsy having some mistakes. Over-rotating past clipping point 2, going a little bit deep there, perhaps getting caught out by the extreme angle of Amiri. Waiting to understand what is going on here. The two drivers are ready. Drivers trying to keep cool ahead of the battle. Waiting to learn when they're going to get started. Again, second half of the battle for third. Bagsy needing to pull off a very big run here to have a chance of finishing third at this round 1 of the OIDC, the Oman International Drift Championship. First round here in 2022 at the Muscat Arena. You can see the wind is picking up again still. Flags in the background are demonstrating just how, and the trees, just how windy it is here. We are trying to decipher ourselves here in the commentary booth as to what is actually going on. Checking with the judging tower, checking with the start line marshal now to keep you informed as to some visible damage there in the front of Bagsy's car from the last battle. As we're trying to find out here why we're not sending. Let's send some drivers. Watch for the start line marshal by the traffic cone. No. Any reason why we're not going? You know?
Макдональдс приходит, дают, короче, можешь заказать среднее, можешь заказать большой, если большой.
So just waiting here and deliberating, trying to find out why we are not going. The event format, as always, with most competition these days, is as we go through the battles, especially the final two battles for third and fourth, and for first and second, the judges will announce when they have a decision made. We will not announce who it is. It will be announced on the podium. And the drivers are being sent in to the pits. So there must be a technical reason for this. So we will wait and try and find out what the technical reason is. And here we go for the main event. So there must have been a technical decision why that we went on with the final, or with the battle of Amiri and Bagsy. If we find out, we will tell you. Hold on one moment. Okay, so as we set off for the final here of the round one, we have learned what the technical infringement was. Each driver has a 5-minute rule, and only one 5-minute rule, as we've talked about this evening. They cannot use two. Amiri went to the pits to use a second 5-minute rule and has therefore been disqualified from the event. Now, on to the final. Shirba leading, Ort chasing down the front straight, entering in, Shirba hard onto the wall, little bit offline there, could have been deeper, now a little bit wide, drops a wheel. Ort is right on his door as we go through the transition into clipping point 2. Severe angle here, dropping a wheel over is Shirba, but stays wide and stays on angle as they go through their own smoke in clipping point 4. Out wide for zone 5, all the way through. Shirba just about staying on the circuit. Ort is right on his door. Right, a lot to cover. Here's the replay. Let's pick this one apart. Deep initiation here, but Shirba could have been deeper, could have been closer to the wall. Missed the first part of the zone 1. The rest of it he gets as he transitions through here and out to clipping point 2 here. Look, goes a little bit wide, takes out the cones, which are a little bit off track, and drops a wheel as well by the wall. Transitions past 4, nice and deep out for zone 5, drops a wheel here as well, as Ort is nice and close throughout. This to me looks as if it's slightly in the favor of Clint Ort in the S14. Let's see. Drivers are going to line back up again. This time, Ort will lead. He needs to put in the lead line of his life. Shirba to chase. We have seen just how close he is, especially in the battle against Bagsy before. Who's going to take it? This is the final run of the final battle of round 1 of the OIDC, the Oman International Drift Championship. Shirba to chase. Clint Ort, and we're off. Lights are green down the main straight. Ort initiates up against the wall. Great initiation by Ort on that white line. Perfect initiation. Doesn't go off circuit. Now out to clipping point 2 as he transitions back there. Clipping point 2, nice and on line. Out to the wall. Perfect run from Ort. Nice proximity here from Shirba, but Ort's lead line is way better. Drops a little wheel, just like Shirba did. Nice and wide, nice and close from Shirba as they go across the finish line. Door to door. Let's watch the replay. Let's pick this one apart. Nice and perfect entry right against the wall from Clint Ort. Nice and wide the whole way around. Does not exceed the limit of the track. Through zone 1, out to clipping point 2. Does not make a mistake like Shirba. Pulls exactly the right line that he needs to pull. Perfectly into 4. Transitions nice and wide out to 5. Nice and early. Drops a wheel here, but so does Shirba before. Stays wide. Shirba is on his door though and gives him a little tap to remind him as they go over the finish line. Absolutely incredible. Again, we will not announce who the winner is. All we will hear is whether the judges have a decision. If they have a decision, it will move on to the podium ceremony. Drivers discussing the battles. Absolutely incredible driving from the two of them here. Let's see again, Clint Ort. Watch how close he gets to the wall. Right against it. Right on that white line. Absolutely perfect here. The judges are reviewing again just how good they are. Now, watch here. If we see the other line, just a wheel off there, but does not go off after the clipping point. Nice and wide here. Through clip 4, through their own smoke, out again to the outside of zone 5. Drops a wheel here, but nothing too bad. Stays nice and wide. And Shirba right on his door. Let's see. Just a little bit of a nudge there. But it's across the finish line. Now, let's watch in reverse. So, watch Shirba up against the wall versus Ort. Nowhere near the wall. Drops out of zone 1, has to reinitiate again. Drops a wheel here. Doesn't stay as wide. Now he transitions in. Watch him go wide. Watch him go deep. Way, way too wide there. Has to come out early from clipping point 3. Not as tight as to 4 as he'd want to be. Transitions deep to zone 5, which is fine. Drops a wheel here as well, just like Ort does. Waiting on the judges to deliberate. They've seen their replays. They know what they're looking for. They will now decide if we have a winner. If we have a winner, I can only announce that the judges have made their decision and it will go to the podium. And it looks like a decision has been made. The drivers are going to the podium and we will then learn who is the winner of round 1 of the OIDC, the Oman International Drift Championship. So as the drivers move across to the podium, we will reset the cameras, get the cameras across to the podium, where we will be able to announce the winner of round 1 of the OIDC. Now, again, whilst I cannot announce for you who wins the battle for third, what I can tell you is, and this is a note from the judges because they want specifically to make sure that we tell and explain what has happened. Amiri and every driver has access to one 5-minute rule, and only one 5-minute rule for the entire competition, from top 32 all the way through to the final, inclusive. Once they've used that, that's it. They have no more opportunity to fix their car if it breaks. What has happened in the battle for third, Amiri has pulled off track, having already used his 5-minute rule. He goes to the pits, his mechanics work on the car, and then he emerges back onto the circuit. That is why we saw Bagsy on the track waiting for Amiri, which is not legal as per the rules. Now, the judges had specifically spoken to this in the briefings, so all drivers have multiple briefings where they cover everything from regulations, safety with cars, how they score points in qualification and also in the battles, but also the technical rules. So, whilst I cannot announce for you who has finished third just yet, I can tell you that Amiri has been disqualified from competition based on this technical infringement. So let us join back again in a few moments for the podium. So if you're just tuning in, we have just concluded the final and all of the runs here at round 1 of the OIDC. We are waiting on the podium ceremony, which is going to happen right now, in fact, where we will be able to announce who finishes third of the battle between Amiri and Bagsy, and who is the winner between Clint and Benedict Shirba. Podium ceremony about to happen momentarily.
Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style, and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat, Oman is something special. To be honest, Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي في كل من محافظة مسقط ومحافظة جنوب الباطنة وتحديدا في ولاية نخل. أبرز المتسابقين الدوليين في هذه الرياضة يتنافسون لتحقيق لقب الجولة. مراحل أشبه بالمقامة في أضخم الراليات العالمية في الفترة من 27 إلى 29 من يناير 2022. كونوا على استعداد للمتعة والإثارة والتحدي الكبير. رالي عمان صحارى الدولي.
I'm Ali Shahani and I'm representing Kuwait.
This is Ahmad Daham from Jordan.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bagsy from the United Kingdom. Я из Украины, меня зовут Kremetz.
Hi guys, I'm Nicholas Solomon from the USA. We're here in Oman at OIDC 2022.
We have a lot of international drivers this year. The competition level is crazy.
Sebastian Fontaine, Martin Richards, Bagsy.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia.
Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's fair. That's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat Oman is something special, to be honest. Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.
So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go, and we are about to announce the winners of the event. So we will announce the top three.
Начинаем с младшего класса, грубо говоря, и это наши победители из Омана. То есть внутренний оманский зачет. Только пилоты из Омана участвуют. Сегодня у нас их было достаточно много. И третье место Хайтам Аль-Хадиди. Ну вот как-то так. Это его. Хайтам Аль-Хадиди. Хайтам Аль-Хадиди. What did he win from? Oman. There are three different titles for Oman, for MENA, Middle East and North Africa, and third international for the whole.
So I am learning as we go on here. So we've got the local championship as well. Before we move on.
It seems, or maybe Benedict is Chirba. No, it's not him. Sorry. Oh wait, is it first place? Ah no. If it's wait, is it first place? If it's first place, it's Ahmed Al-Amri. Ahmed Al-Amri is the first place, and what happened to the third place? Блин, я по-русски говорю. I need to talk in Russian.
Yeah, you need to go Russian. Yeah.
Да, извините. Да, я должен говорить по-русски. Я запутался. Объясняю рядышком. Значит, третье место.
Okay, so here we go for the top three of the international OIDC Round 1 Oman International Drift Championship. Coming to you live from the Muscat Arena here in Oman. Incredible facility, incredible staff, incredible organization, incredible driving as well. So, we are ready. And to remind you again of the top four finalists, we have Bagsy, Al-Amri, Ort, and Shirba. So this is the Middle East division of the event.
На втором месте опять Хайтам Аль-Хадиди и something with Matrix or what? Why is this the same people?
I don't. We're waiting for the announcement of the internationals. So the local drivers here, finishing first and second, and then we will progress on to the final podium.
Isn't it the same?
Great. No, it appears to be different. So obviously we're still in the commentary booth here, removed extremely far away from the podium ceremony. So some of this we're learning as you are learning as well. We are of course waiting for the main event podium. Now I am highly confused. This seems to be the... We're still going. Third place. There we go. Okay. Third place.
That was training.
That was the first two ones were training. Yeah, were practice. This is the main podium event here for the local.
Причем он сложился буквой Г и разрезал ему днище в районе пассажира. Это прям очень жестко, ему повезло. Если бы это было в районе водителя, могло бы достать нефиг делать. Я не думаю, может быть, надо какую-то бетонную плиту там бетонную плиту заложить, чтобы такого не было. Так, тренировочный с Хайтам Аль-Хадиди вышел нормально. А третье место Хайтам Аль-Хадиди. А он вообще где? Леха-муха. Это же было топ-8, да? Топ-8. Аль-Хадиди. Because he is high on qualification, but left competition in the same top 8. Подождите, Аль-Хасани какое место? 11-е, правильно? Стой, 11-е, так секундочку, Аль-Хадиди 8-й, Макси 4-й.
So we have a first, we have a third.
А на этом подиуме не завезли, получается, второе место. Ну, короче, Хайтам Аль-Хадиди третий, второй.
Very good. Okay, so
первый Ахмед Аль-Амри. Ой!
Ali Maxi in second position. There we go.
Где-то в закромах. Что там по флагу? Да, я сейчас пойду.
And there we go.
Ко мне в Инстаграм, я специально для всех, не в прямом эфире, но под сторис. Я найду того, кто мне подсветит.
And taking the local championship. This is the Al-Amri on the top step. Al-Amri top step, Maxi second. Okay, now I think we are ready for the OIDC Pro Podium. I mean, I think this could happen a fourth time. I'm not sure. Will we have it a fourth time? It's possible. It's possible to have a fourth time. Let's see. In third place of round 1, season 4 of OIDC. The international segment. Patiently waiting. Same trophies. I don't know. Are we going to get a repeat? We have Monster Energy, backed by Crusade. Third position of the Oman International Drift Championship, Steve Bagsy Biagioni. In third position of the international, so beating Al-Amri in the fourth playoff. Great result here of one of the international drivers coming all the way from the UK. Great job. Great podium. In second place, between the final of Chirba and Clint Ort. Great driving from both drivers. I have my feelings as to who the winner is, but of course, I don't know. We have to wait and see. Coming in second place, we have Benedict Shirba, which means, of course, only one thing. The winner of the first round of Season 4, 2022 of the Oman International Drift Championship is no other than, from Holland, in his S14 compact now, because the entire rear end has been removed 14 times, Clint Ort. Absolutely incredible driving. Little bit of luck throughout the competition, as you always need, but the final was well and truly deserved. Excellent lead line, excellent chase. Very strong performance. Clint Ort from Netherlands in his S14. Great job. Strong performance from Clint. Incredible driving throughout. Absolutely fantastic result for the international drivers. Netherlands, the UK, and of course, Chirba from Lithuania. Very great mixed result. Strong podium finish for the local competitors also, and the international segment, with very little practice this morning, straight into qualifications, a day late. Clint first place. Second place, Benedict from Lithuania. In third place from the UK, Steve Bagsy. Here we have our three judges also joining the panel, led of course by none other than Kieran Kiki Hines from Ireland. Great results, incredible event. Thank you all very, very much for joining. Thank you very much for staying throughout the entire competition. We look forward to seeing and hearing from you at round 2 of the OIDC, the Oman International Drift Championship, coming to you again here in only a week's time from the local arena.
I'm Ali Maxi and I'm representing Kuwait.
This is Ahmad Daham from Jordan.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bagsy from the United Kingdom. Я из Украины, меня зовут Kremetz.
Hi guys, I'm Nicholas Solomon from the USA. We're here in Oman at OIDC 2022.
We have a lot of international drivers this year. The competition level is crazy.
Sebastian Fontaine, Martin Richards, Bagsy.
Crazy awesome drivers from Japan, Malaysia.
Sebastian is one of the craziest drivers on the grid. He's one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He has a lot of style and he does a lot of wall rides, and it's a great time behind him.
Oh, that's very kind to say.
And also a lot of drivers coming from the UK, and it's going to be sick this round.
To me, Muscat Oman is something special. To be honest, Muscat at the moment, or let's say the Oman Automobile Club Association, is the hub of drifting in the Middle East.
In my opinion, the toughest locals on the grid today, I would say Ahmad Daham, Hadidi.
So 2019 was the last time I was here and the last time the championship happened. I'm excited to be back in the championship. Thanks to the Omani Automobile Club Association for all the organization, and thanks for doing this championship, and hopefully we're going to put on a good show.